Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became Guts and fell for Ibara? Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Black Bunny by ArcfUA. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. In this world, is the destiny of mankind controlled by some transcendental entity or law? Is it like the hand of God hovering above? At least it is true that man has no control, even over his own will. Ibara ran as fast as she could to the front gates of UA. She had woken up pretty late, but she was just thankful that she had made it just in time. I really must make sure my alarms are set, Ibara sighed to herself. She made it through the front gate and kept running to where she has seen the other students heading toward and supposed that is where they needed to meet for the entrance exam. However, she had tripped over herself and with a small gasp, she began plummeting face first into the ground. She closed her eyes and prepared herself for the fall and for the pain, but it never came. She opened her eyes only to see that she wasn't going to fall. In fact, she was being held back by someone. She turned her head only to see a young boy. He had curly green hair that looked like a bush, and he also had one dull emerald eye as the right one was closed shut for some reason, and she could not tell what exactly he was wearing because of the large black tattered cloak that covered his body. And he was shorter than she was, but he was no doubt strong enough to hold her up. He pulled Ibara back up to her feet and looked at her, and she looked back at him with wide eyes. Ibara shook her head and looked at him and smiled. "Thank you for saving me," she said. The boy just kept looking at her and said nothing as he turned back and continued walking away and heading to the place where the entrance exam would be taking place. Ibara thought that he must not have heard her, so she raced up to catch up to him. When she did, she looked over at him and decided to introduce herself. "I am Ibara Shiozaki. It's a pleasure to meet you," Ibara told him. The young man continued walking, and he just turned his eyes to her and he let out a sigh. "Izuku Midoriya," he replied. Ibara smiled a bit. "It's nice to meet you, Izuku Midoriya." Nodded. "Mind if I walk with you?" she asked. Izuku just nodded and the two continued walking. As they did, Ibara looked at Izuku and noticed a large sword strapped to his back. The blade was large and seemed to be around the same height as him almost. Another thing that was interesting about the sword was that it had a pointed tip. It was square at the end, but she could tell then the square tip was indeed sharpened and the blade was connected to the handle. There was no actual guard to the sword. That thing is too big to be called a sword. It was too big, too thick, and too heavy. It is more like a sharp-edged lump of iron. "You have a sword?" Ibara asked. Izuku just nodded. "Why would you need a sword? Is it necessary for your quirk?" "I don't have a quirk," Izuku responded bluntly. Ibara was shocked to hear that come from his mouth. Did he say he didn't have a quirk? Ibara thought to herself. Then what is he doing here at UA? And how can he swing such a massive sword? Ibara looked at him again, and he had no mutations, no real features to show he had a quirk. You really don't have a quirk?" Ibara asked. Izuku now turned his head to her, and while his look didn't change, it felt like he was glaring at her. "Yeah," Izuku said, his tone sounding a bit harsher. "Do you have a problem with that?" Ibara realized how she might have come off and she rapidly shook her head. "And no, I didn't mean to offend you. I was." Izuku groaned. "It doesn't matter," Izuku said. "We're here now, so let's just leave the conversation where it is," Izuku said. They continued to walk to where the students were supposed to gather, and once there, they had made it in time for President Mike to call for their attention. The room got quiet, and Izuku and Ibara had listened to him as he had explained that they would be fighting robots and that each robot was worth a certain amount of points. However, another student pointed out that from the pamphlet, there were 4 enemies, and President Mike explained to the student that the robot, known as the zero-pointer, was worth 0 points and is not meant to be fought, so if anyone was to see it, they were told to ignore it and run. President Mike continued the presentation until he finally asked all those who were participating in Course A were to go to the starting line. Izuku and Ibara walked past many students just to get to the line where the test would begin, and as he walked, Izuku looked around only to catch a glimpse of Bakugo. Seeing him made Izuku a little angry, but hopefully, if he made it into UA he wouldn't have to deal with Bakugo again and hoped they would be in separate classes. He and Ibara were part of Course A, and Izuku looked over to Ibara and he could tell she was very nervous. However, that was no concern to him, not that he should care. After all, if she hesitated to fight, she would lose the test. If this was real life, she might be killed, and that also really didn't matter to him either. All that mattered was that he needed to fulfill his goal, and he couldn't afford to hesitate and lose this test. "Don't hesitate," came the words of his teacher. "You hesitate for any reason, you die. Remember that, Izuku." Izuku breathed in and out and looked at the mock city with a determined look. Finally, a bell rang and Izuku quickly bolted off into the city and prepared to fight any of the obstacles and villains that stood in his way. As Izuku was rounding the street, he spotted two large green robots with the number 1 painted on their bodies. Izuku quickly charged at them and the bots noticed him as well. One had what appeared to be piston-like arms, most likely for punching, while the other seemed to shoot some sort of beam from its mouth. Izuku quickly went for his Buster Sword and he quickly charged at the one with the beam in its mouth. The piston bot tried to hit Izuku, but he managed to dodge the attacks and get past it only to get close to the beam bot, and with his now unsheathed sword, he brought the blade down on the bot's head, destroying the bot instantly. Izuku smiled with sadistic glee and turned around only to see the piston bot jab at him. Izuku put his sword in front of him and blocked the punch with his sword. However, the blow from the bot was hard enough to send Izuku skidding back a few feet. Izuku looked at the piston bot with that same sadistic smile on his face and he readied his sword and charged at the bot. The bot tried to hit him again, but he managed to once again dodge the blow of the bot by moving out of the way or jumping over its arms. Izuku finally managed to get in close, but the bot tried to punch him once again, but he jumped up and dodged the hit, only to land on the bot's arm, and he then used this to jump up higher and he raised his sword up in the air as he fell back down to the ground, and when he was close enough, he drove the end of his sword into the bot's head, and for good measure, he twisted the blade, causing both he and the bot to fall to the ground. The bot was defeated and Izuku saw the bot's destroyed form and he just kept smiling before he turned and ran to fight more bots in the mock city so he could gain enough points to pass the entrance exam. Meanwhile, the staff of UA watched the monitors in front of them, which showed each of the students in course of fighting the villain bots. Most of the staff watched with an intense look as some showed very promising skill with their quirks. "Everyone looks promising," said Midnight, a teacher at UA. "Indeed," Ectoplasm said. "However, a certain participant has caught my interest." Another teacher, known as the pro hero Eraserhead, looked over to Ectoplasm. "Which one?" he asked. "The one with the large sword on monitor 7 inches, replied Ectoplasm. Eraserhead and the others' teachers looked to monitor 7 and there they did indeed see a young teen, wearing a black cloak, with a rather large sword in his hands, destroy one of the level 1 bots with ease. "Whoa! What's with that sword? It's freaking huge," cried Present Mike. "He's been accumulating point quite fast from what I've seen," Ectoplasm said. "He's quick and rather strong as proof of him swinging around that Buster Sword with ease." "Are you sure it's not part of his quirk? I mean, he could have some sort of super strength quirk," said Midnight. "Ah, I see you are talking about Izuku Midoriya." The 4 teachers turned back only to see Principal Nezu, a bear rat-like creature with super intelligence due to his quirk. "You know who he is, sir?" Eraserhead asked. "Yes, only because he stood out to me quite well," Nezu said with a smile. Midnight was now interested. It wasn't every day that Nezu took an interest in applicants or even students. "Why did he stand out to you, sir?" Midnight asked. "Well, for one, he stood out to me because he's the first quirkless applicant," Nezu said. This shocked the 4 teachers as well as the other staff members who were listening in. Wait, hold up, you're telling me that kid has no quirk?" Mike cried. "Then how's he able to swing that huge sword with such ease?" Ectoplasm asked. "Pure physical strength," Nezu replied with a smile. "Yes, his strength and speed are incredible for someone who possesses no quirk, and I was quite surprised to see that he was quirkless as well. However, that wasn't the only other reason he stood out," Nezu said. Eraserhead looked at the principal with a married look. "What else stood out about the kid?" Eraserhead asked. Nezu looked over to Eraserhead and he still had that almost blank smile on his face. And that's when Nezu pulled a file from underneath a few more files. He then handed it to Eraserhead and Eraserhead took it and looked at the name on the file and saw it belonged to Izuku. Eraserhead looked back at the principal with a skeptic look. Nezu kept smiling and nodded, signaling Eraserhead that it was okay to read. Eraserhead opened up the file and that's when his eyes went wide with shock. He continued to read the file and flipped a few papers and even what appeared to be pictures, and his eyes were wide with shock the entire time. The other three became curious as to what had their fellow teacher so spooked, but it must not have been good. Eraserhead quickly shut the file and looked to be in complete shock. Eraserhead turned to Nezu, while everyone else was confused about what he read. "What was in the file, Eraser?" Mike asked. Eraserhead just closed his eyes for a few seconds and let out a large sigh. "The file on Izuku Midoriya. It says the kid is one of 2 survivors from the Eclipse event," Eraserhead said. This shocked everyone who was listening in. Everyone, hero and civilian, knew all too well what the Eclipse event was. It was labeled one of the worst disasters in hero society. Many people were lost that day. The only survivors were 2 young teens who had managed to survive by sheer luck. "No way, Snipe," another teacher said. "What in God's name is one of the Eclipse survivors doing here?" asked 13, another teacher. "Why isn't it obvious?" Nezu asked as he then took a sip of tea. "He's here for revenge," Nezu finished. Back in the Mock City, Izuku had just finished destroying a level 3 bot, and this one was a lot harder than the other ones. The bot had been equipped with metal 8 tentacles that could grab and throw you around, and the metal tentacles were quite flexible, which made it hard to dodge them. He had been thrown around a bit but managed to destroy the bit after rolling under it and cutting one of its legs, and then destroy the bot's head. Izuku sheathed his sword and tried to move but hissed in pain as he clutched the left side of his rib cage. "Damn it! Fucking bot must have broken some of my ribs when it threw me," Izuku thought to himself. Suddenly, the whole ground shook, causing every participant to stop and felt the earth beneath them tremble. Izuku looked around, wondering what could be the cause of this massive shaking. Just what the hell is going on now? Izuku asked himself. Only minutes later was his question answered as a large and massive giant bot began to rise from the very earth itself and look down at every participant as if they were ants. Izuku was in shock. He had never imagined that UA would have something so monstrous in their school. That thing must be the 0-pointer. Holy shit, is it huge? Izuku thought. Suddenly, the 0-pointer began to walk its way toward the participants, and that's when everyone began running. With each step, the large bot broke the ground and its body smashed the buildings around it. Izuku turned around quickly, only to once again feel the pain in his left side. However, he pushed the pain to the side and began walking in the opposite direction along with the other participants, to escape the 0-pointer's path of destruction. Izuku kept walking away in order to get to safety. Help! Izuku stopped dead in his track and he slowly turned around. When he did, his eyes fell upon a girl with brown hair in a bob cut, and she appeared to be stuck underneath the rubble. Izuku was about to turn back, not wanting to deal with her cries, as he also noticed that the 0-pointer was closing in on her. He didn't know her, and despite him going for the hero course, it wasn't his job to save her. "Someone please help me, please," the girl cried again. I don't want to die." The girl watched as the bot came closer to her and she could see its giant feet coming closer to her and was no doubt going to crush her. I don't want to die," she cried to herself. However, she felt the weight on her foot gone and her eyes snapped open and she saw that the rather large piece of cement was pulled up high enough that she was able to slide her foot out from under it, and then the teen who was holding it up let it go and he looked at her. It was Izuku Midoriya who had saved her. "Can you walk?" he asked her. "And no, it must be broken," she responded. Izuku growled in frustration at the news and he also could sense the 0-pointer getting closer. He quickly pulled her up by her waist and threw her over his right shoulder and he began to run, even though he could still feel the sharp and immense pain in his ribs, but he once again pushed past it and continued to run. The 0-pointer took its step and it broke the road and sent pieces of debris flying around. Thankfully, none had hit the girl. Eventually, and rather quickly, they had managed to make it to the other end, and thankfully, the 0-pointer had ceased its path of destruction and the horn rang again, signaling the end of the entrance exam. Izuku set the girl down, and when he did, he felt completely dizzy and he stumbled backward a little, and what's worse, he now felt pain in his head. He grabbed his head and he growled in pain. He removed his hand from his head, but when he did, he looked down to see that blood was on his hand. "A piece of debris must have hit me while I was running." Damn it, just my luck, Izuku thought as he blacked out and fell unconscious, his body hitting the floor hard. The brown-haired girl he had saved saw him collapse and she crawled to his side in worry and called for help. Izuku woke up in the infirmary with a bandage wrapped around his head, and after rubbing his head a little due to the slight pain he was feeling, he had heard a voice speak next to him. "It's good to see that you're still among the living, Mr. Midoriya," said the voice. He turned his head to see Principal Nezu standing on a stool looking at him. When Izuku saw him, there was no reaction, which didn't surprise Nezu. "What the hell do you want?" Izuku asked him. "I wanted to inform you that you passed your written test with flying colors, and your practical exam was exceptional. Many teachers here were impressed by your strength and speed, as well as that sword of your," Nezu told him as he pointed to the sword that stood up against the wall. Izuku looked at it before turning back to Nezu, and, "You here to give me a slap on the ass and some type of certificate, or are you going to tell me if I made it or not?" Izuku asked him. Nezu smiled again. "Before that, I wanted to interview you, young man," Nezu said. Izuku glared at him. "That's a waste of time, just tell me if I'm being enrolled or not," Izuku told him. "As long as I can as one question, Mr. Midoriya," Nezu replied. "Why UA, Mr. Midoriya?" Izuku kept glaring at him. "Does it matter?" Izuku responded. Nezu smiled and accepted the answer. No, I suppose it doesn't." Nezu told him. "Well, this interview is over, and while I shouldn't let you know this yet, I am happy to tell you in person. Welcome to UA," Nezu said. Izuku just nodded and Nezu began to turn away and began walking to the door, but before leaving he stopped. "You know, I met a woman who was once like you," he told Izuku. "She wanted the very same thing you did, but she failed and got herself killed. Hate is a place where a man who can't stand sadness goes, Mr. Midoriya. I hope you remember that," Nezu told him before he left the infirmary. That conversation that he had with Principal Nezu was the day of the entrance exam. It's been a whole 2 weeks since then, and it was now the first day of classes at UA for the year. Currently, Izuku was just a few feet from UA's main gate. He wore his black cloak over his UA uniform with his sword strapped to his back. He continued to walk to the building. "Hey, you're the guy that saved me," came a voice. Izuku turned to look behind him only to see the very same girl he had saved during the entrance exam. She gave him a smile and a wave, but Izuku just looked at her with his good eye before turning back around and continuing his walk to the main building. The girl was a bit shocked. Hey, wait up," she cried out as she ran after Izuku. Once she did, she looked at him. "I'm Ochako Uraraka, it's nice to meet you," she told him. Izuku paid her no mind as he continued to walk. Uraraka knew that he had heard her but failed to acknowledge it, which made her annoyed. "Hey, I'm talking to you," she cried out. Still, Izuku paid her no mind. Now he was really starting to get on her nerves. She stepped in front of him and gave him a glare. "Hey, will you stop walking? I'm trying to talk to you, jerk," Uraraka cried. Izuku glared at her and pushed her aside as he kept walking. Uraraka fell on her behind and he just kept walking. "Piss off," he said coldly as he left. Uraraka looked at him and glared. What the hell is this guy's problem? She asked herself. "I'm just trying to thank him for saving my life." "Are you alright?" Uraraka looked up only to see a girl her age. It was Ibara. She held out her hand for Uraraka to take, which she did. The girl pulled her up and gave Uraraka a kind and soft smile. "Thanks," Uraraka said. "What happened?" Ibara asked. Uraraka huffed. "That jerk in the black coat shoved me out of his way." Uraraka said. "All I was trying to do was thank him for saving me during the entrance exam." Ibara looked at her with pity. "That is rather rude," she replied. "What was his name?" She asked. "I didn't get it. He just kept ignoring me," Uraraka replied. "Could you describe him?" Ibara asked him. Uraraka thought about it. He had a black tattered cloak covering his body, forest green hair, and at least one good eye from what I could tell, Uraraka told Ibara. Forest green hair, one good eye, and a black cloak. Ibara asked herself. She began to remember that she had met someone who had fit that description during the entrance exam. Did he have a rather large sword strapped on his back? Ibara asked. Uraraka nodded. "Yeah," she said. I think I know who you're talking about. I met him during the entrance exam, Ibara told her. I believe his name is Izuku Midoriya. Uraraka nodded at learning the name. Yeah, well, that guy is a real jerk, Uraraka told her. He was indeed rather cold when I met him, Ibara told Uraraka. I wonder what class he's in. Hopefully not mine, Ibara said. I don't think I could get along with someone like him, she finished. Yeah, Uraraka said, and why is he carrying such a big sword around? Ibara looked at Uraraka. Apparently he's quirkless, Ibara told her. Uraraka looked a little stunned. Quirkless? She cried. No way. How can someone without a quirk swing something that big? Ibara shrugged her shoulders. Training, I suppose, but believe me, I saw him during the entrance exam. He was swinging that sword around as if it was nothing. He destroyed a lot of bots, Ibara told her. That's crazy, Uraraka said. Still, I wonder what his deal is. Uraraka asked. Who knows, Ibara said. Let's just hope he's not completely a brute, she said. Izuku walked through the halls and up the steps to get to his class, before arriving at his classroom. The class he was going to be in was Class 1B of the Hero course. The Hero course. This is where I wanted to go, but I never thought I'd make it due to me being quirkless, Izuku thought, but I'm glad I made it. It helps me get closer to him and the other four, Izuku told himself. He opened the door, and once he did he was greeted by a few stares, but they turned back to what they were doing. He looked around and was sure that most of the class was before him. Whoa, why are you carrying that big sword? Came a voice. He looked to the closest desk to the door and saw a boy his age. He had messy gray hair that was spiked up, black eyes which were tilted dramatically inwards, and around his eyes were some type of thick, jagged, tan-colored substance, which Izuku assumed to be his eyelashes. He also didn't appear to have any notable eyebrows, and Izuku noticed he had sharp-pointed teeth. Izuku looked at him and didn't answer his question and continued to walk to an empty desk. However, he noticed the boy follow him to the empty desk that he had chosen to sit at. Izuku set his sword to the side of his desk, and on the other side, was the boy still looking and talking to Izuku. Hey man, I was asking why you're carrying such a huge freaking sword. He asked. How do you swing that thing? How much does it weigh? Are you like really freaking tough? Is the sword part of you quirk? He continued to ask. Shut up, Izuku said with a bit of a low growl. Hey man, I was just asking. He replied. Besides, it ain't manly to talk like that to a fellow man. He said. Izuku groaned in response. Maybe we got off on the wrong foot, bro. I'm Tetsu. It's nice to meet you, Tetsu told Izuku. Izuku didn't respond, which made Tetsu a bit annoyed, but he didn't let him bother him too much as he continued to smile at Izuku. Well, what's your name, bro? Tetsu asked. Izuku groaned once more and looked at Tetsu. If I tell you my name, will you stop calling me bro? Izuku asked him. Tetsu smiled at him. No promises. He replied. Izuku was now completely annoyed by Tetsu but decided to at least share his name as long as it would get him to back off or go away. Izuku Midoriya, Izuku told Tetsu. Nice to meet you, Izuku. Tetsu said with a smile. Izuku just gave a huff in response. Finally, the bell had rung. Everyone had taken a seat since they didn't know what desk they were going to be sitting at. After a few minutes, the door opened and in walked a man. He was tall and buff. He had gray short spiked hair, an underbite, and a scar on his left cheek. Izuku saw that his hero costume was black and red with a metal plating around his waist. Two tubes that were connected to the top of his back were also connected to the gloves on his hands. He walked from the door over to the podium and stood at it and looked over them all. His eyes fell on Izuku for a bit longer than most students, but he then looked over everyone. Hello class. My name is Kon Sekijiro, or the Blood Hero, Vlad King. He introduced himself. I will be your teacher for the year, he told them. The kids stared at him with amazement and were excited as they were going to be taught by a pro hero. Now then, we have time before the opening ceremony, so I will be assigning you seats, he said before giving a small grunt in his throat and picking up a clipboard and looking at the sitting chart and began to list the row and the names of the students who would be sitting in them. In row 1, in seats 1 to 5 we have Itsuka Kendo, Tetsu 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 Tetsu, Izuku Midoriya, Reiko Yanagi, Hiryu Rin, Vlad said. The students that were called sat at desks 1 to 5, Vlad then looked back to the chart. Next in seats 6 to 10, Setsuna Tokage, Awase Yosetsu, Ibara Shiozaki, Manga Fukidashi, and Senkaibara, Vlad said. As he continued telling the students which seats were in, he could feel a small glare coming from his right and looked to see it was Ibara. She had a bit of a glare at him. He looked back at her, before turning away. He was used to stares from people like her. Finally, with the last students taking their seats, Vlad looked to the students. Now that that's over, let's head down to the opening ceremony, Vlad said. They all got up and followed Vlad to where the opening ceremony would be taking place. So far, the day was going quite well. As Izuku walked with the rest of his class, he was once again followed by Tetsu, who kept talking to him, and while annoyed, Izuku had no idea why he indulged him with small conversations. For a very long time, Izuku Midoriya had felt an emotion he had not felt in a long time. He was happy that he had made it into UA, not only because it used to be his lifelong dream since he was a child, but because it brought him into the first step toward his revenge. I'm coming for you all. I won't let anything stop me from slaughtering you all, Izuku told himself, I swear it. It's been at least 2 days since they had all been welcomed to UA, and currently, it was lunch at the prestigious hero school. And right now, Ibara Shiozaki was looking out of the window looking down at Izuku Midoriya training. He was swinging that sword of his with a few weights attached. In the 2 days of their first week at UA, Izuku had been nothing but an antisocial, foul-mouthed, and utterly rude brute and showed others and Ibara most of all that he was just a terrible person. Ibara disliked him with a passion, and she despised the fact that she was in the same classroom as someone like him. Ibara hated how he blew everyone off with his language and just seemed to be unpleasant to be around, yet, she had no idea why Tetsu hung out with him if you could really call it that. Tetsu is nothing but kind to Izuku, and while Izuku actually talks to him in a somewhat mild tone, he still ends up telling Tetsu to go away, yet the silver-haired boy rarely listens. Izuku was just not a good person. As far as Ibara was concerned, he was someone who doesn't really deserve to be called a hero. He didn't fit the bill and acted more like a common street thug then than of a student of UA. She had no idea why Principal Nezu or anyone had let him in UA. After all, he was one of those people that just gave heroes a bad name. He seemed to be the type to abuse the word and job of a hero in order to just get money or fame. She eventually turned away from the sight of his training and ate her lunch with the other girls of her class. She ate and talked with her friends, who consisted of her longtime friend Awase, Itsuka, their class rep, Setsuna, and Kanoko. She ate and talked with them until the bell had rung and they cleared their table and trays and headed back to their classroom. Everyone knew that their first heroics class was next for them, and Ibara wondered what it was they were going to be doing first. Later, Ibara was waiting alongside the rest of her class in their homeroom. She took a small glance at Izuku and saw that he apparently sleeping, with that sword of his perched up against the side of his desk. He had done that a lot in most classes, which angered her, because to her, it showed that he had no real dedication to learning what it meant to be a hero. She glared at him. He's not even taking any of this seriously. Why come here if all he's gonna do is sleep? Ibara thought. It's a waste of time teaching him if all he does is sleep. After that, it was here that All Might had arrived, by bursting through the classroom door in an enthusiastic manner, which was very much like him. I am entering the class like a normal person, All Might announced. Ibara smiled even though the position that All Might had when he busted into the classroom was rather weird. He always tries to make an entrance, doesn't he? Ibara thought to herself. Today is a special day, as we will be giving you your costumes as well as seeing how well you can work with a partner. All Might stated with a proud smile. Your costumes are waiting for you in your lockers in suitcases, and when finished dressing up please make your way to ground beta. All Might finished. The students cheered, finally being able to test out their powers and show off their costumes. Each of the students began to leave for the changing rooms, all except for Izuku, as he was still sleeping at his desk. All Might approached Izuku and tapped him on the shoulder, and that's when took a fast turn. With some blinding speed, Izuku snatched his sword from the side of his desk, got up from the desk, and swung his sword at All Might. All Might stopped the sword with his bare hand. The students turned to see what had just happened. When they looked, they saw Izuku, breathing heavily with a bead of sweat running down his forehead. He looked like he had just been spooked, while All Might held the blade of his sword with his bare hand, and he gave Izuku a concerned look. "Are you all right, young Midoriya?" All Might asked him. Izuku took a couple of deep breaths and then nodded. "I'm fine," he said. All Might let go of the sword and Izuku put it down on the ground. All Might explained what was going and Izuku followed his directions as Izuku sheathed his sword on his back and followed the others to the changing rooms. Many who saw the scene wondered what that was about, and some, very few, wondered what seemed to scare Izuku. When the students reached the locker rooms, they began to change into their costumes and Izuku opened up and looked inside his case that held his hero costume and looked over his costume. His costume wasn't anything flashy, but it also wasn't dull. It consisted of a black high-collar shirt under a hoodie, and over it was a pure black metal chest plate that covers his upper abdomen, and on his forearms were similarly colored bracers, a pair of 2 black shoulder pads, and a pair of black gloves with small metal plates on the back of his hand. He wore a pair of black jeans, and finally, he wore a pair of black boots, with reinforced black metal on the heel and tip of the shoes, and over it all, he wore his signature black cloak. However, that was the costume. Now it was time for the equipment that Izuku had requested to come with his costume. First was the magnetic sheath that held his sword to his back. It was designed into the back of the chest plate to hold the sword no matter what. Next up was the belt of throwing daggers that he had around his waist, and then there was a pouch full of small bombs that he could use to blow things up. These were the support items that he had requested from the support department, but there was one item apparently still being made. "Hey, we gotta hurry everyone!" Tetsu cried. Izuku looked at Tetsu and then back at his costume and began to change into it. Eventually, he finished getting dressed into his hero costume, and after a few minutes, the rest of the boys finished changing into their costumes and they began making their way out and toward ground beta. Eventually, the boys joined up with the girls and they still began walking to ground beta. After a short walk to the back of the school, they had arrived at ground beta, which resembled a large city, and saw that All Might was already waiting for them with his signature pose and his signature smile. "All right, now that you're all here, we will be doing a team practice," All Might announced. "May I ask what we're doing today?" Itsuka asked. All Might nodded. "The situation today is that one team who will be villains are holding a dangerous weapon while the other team who are the heroes will capture the villains and get the weapon or capture the weapon first," All Might told the students. "For this type of training, you'll be split into teams of 2 and the teams will be decided by drawing lots," All Might said. All Might then pulled out a box and asked each student to dig in and grab a ball with a letter on it and would determine if they were villains or heroes. As each student pulled one out and took a look at what number they got, and then the hero and villain teams were formed and it was then decided which team would fight the other. And the first team was announced. Heroes: Team Ibara Shiozaki and Yotsetsu Awase vs. Villains: Team D, Izuku Midoriya and Tetsu. Ibara was a bit shocked to see this but looked over at Izuku who already had Tetsu with him. He looked unfazed and that's when Izuku looked back at her, and when he looked back at her, his dead emerald eyes looking at her with his expressionless face. She felt a sense of fear rise into her. She felt a bead of sweat fall from her face. Then her legs began to shake and she continued looking at him, and when she did, she felt something dark, something terrible resonating from him. His face became covered in shadow and his left eye was the only thing visible. It stared at her, like a hungry wolf staring at its prey. However, she was taken out of her trance as All Might. "Will the first 2 teams take their places, while everyone else please come with me to the observation room," All Might said as he smiled. With that, the villain team walked into the building while the hero team waited outside of the building and waited for All Might to give the go-ahead. "Begin," All Might cried. Izuku's eyes hardened and a sadistic smile formed on his face. ... As the hero team entered the building, Ibara looked at Awase. "We're gonna have to split up," she told him. "We can cover more ground, and if one of us runs into whoever is no doubt going to confront us, then one of us can take them while the other tries to locate the weapon and try to capture it," Ibara told him. "You sure?" Awase asked. Ibara nodded. Yes, she replied. Awase then nodded and the two split up. Ibara headed upstairs and Awase searched the first floor in case they were here. Ibara reached the second floor and began looking in each and every room. However, she could not find the weapon. It's not on the second floor, Ibara told Awase over their comms. Same here, he said. Ibara was about to reply but then she heard something fall right next to her and when she looked just a few feet next to her, it was a small spiked ball about the size of a bouncing ball. What she didn't expect was the ball exploding and sending her back a few feet down the hall. She hit the ground with a loud thud and slowly got up and looked back down the hall where she once was and saw the aftermath of the explosion and just saw smoke, but in the smoke, she could see a figure and could tell who it was. It was Izuku, and right now, Ibara would admit, he looked horrifying. She growled, I should have expected a brute like you to come for us, she told Izuku. It's what a villain does after all, Izuku said as he stepped out of the smoke. Ibara growled at him, unfortunately for you, I'm the worst person for you to face. Ibara declared. Her vines grew out from her hair and shot right at Izuku. Izuku saw them coming and grabbed his sword handle and before the vines could reach him, he swung at them with his giant blade and split them in half. Ibara's eyes widened with shock, she had no idea he was that fast. She shot more of her vines at Izuku but he cut another bunch of them away and then began charging at her. Ibara knew that this was bad, she had no idea he was that quick with that sword of his and assumed he would have to stay in one place due to the sword's sheer size and weight. But she should have known better. Izuku kept charging while cutting through Ibara's vines, he couldn't stop. Ibara backed up more through the hallways and then turned a corner, while her vines still tried to grab and restrict Izuku, but he kept cutting through them like a hot knife through butter. Izuku turned the corner of the hallway that he saw Ibara go down, but once he turned, he was hit with the largest amount of vines. They were balled up in a huge mass and when they hit him, they pushed him back so hard that he was sent flying down the other end of the hallway and fell on the floor hard. I got you now, Ibara cried. One of her vines wrapped around Izuku and pulled him toward her, and as Izuku was being dragged, he acted quickly and went into his pouch and pulled out one of his bombs and he quickly lit it and threw it at Ibara. Her eyes widened as she saw the small bomb land in between her and Izuku and then it exploded, sending both in the opposite directions while also freeing Izuku in the process. Izuku coughed a little and saw that his foot was free and he smiled as he got back up, still holding onto his sword tightly. Ibara got to her knees slowly and felt something wet on her head. She touched her head and then looked at her hand and saw that it was blood. She saw this and her anger only grew. However, before she could fully get back onto her feet, she looked up to see Izuku with his sword raised and he swung down at her, and she quickly rolled out of the way as the sword slammed down right next to her. Ibara was shocked for a few seconds but it was here that her anger took over. A vine quickly wrapped both of Izuku's legs, pulled him right from under his feet, and threw him into a wall. How dare you, Ibara cried. She then threw Izuku against another wall, but this time he went through it completely. She then pulled him out and swung him upwards against the ceiling, and then slammed him down hard against the ceiling. You are an animal, Ibara cried. She dragged him across the floor like a sack of potatoes yet he still hung into the sword for dear life. Ibara picked him up and held him upside down and then she walked up to him and looked him over. He coughed up blood and looked up at her and smiled. She glared at him and growled. She threw him around against both walls and he coughed up more blood. You are the worst person I have ever laid my eyes on. You are no hero. All you are is a brutish wild animal with no regard for those around you, Ibara cried. She then swung him around before smashing him through multiple walls. Izuku coughed up more blood and he could feel his entire body was in severe pain. Izuku was then slammed to the floor and he could feel more of his ribs broken and he was bleeding from his head and mouth. Damn, I knew I pissed her off but this is not what I was expecting, Izuku thought with a wicked grin as he spits out some blood. Izuku now decided that it was enough and he quickly cut off the vine wrapped around his legs and got up and took a stance. Ibara glared at him and sent a large number of vines at him but Izuku quickly took out another bomb and threw it at Ibara's vines. The bomb quickly exploded and blew the vines away. Ibara quickly shielded herself with her arms and then looked back in order to see what Izuku was up to but when she looked, she saw that he was already close to her. He's already that close, Ibara cried. No. Don't tell me he ran through the explosion just to get to me. Izuku swung her sword at her, but Ibara used her vines to pull her back and farther away from Izuku. Izuku's sword slammed into the cement, and when it did, he lifted it up and then looked at Ibara and charged at her again. Ibara landed down and saw pieces of cement, and she had an idea to slow him down a little. She used her vines to pick up the cement pieces, and with amazing speed, she threw the pieces at Izuku, and one sped by his face, cutting him across the cheek. Ibara threw more, but he dodged a few while using the flat end of his sword to block the cement pieces. Is he insane? Why is he continuing to run at me? Ibara asked herself with a shocked and horrified face. Izuku kept running at her with a mad look on his face, and when Ibara continued looking at him, she didn't see a person. She saw an animal. No. She saw a monster. An unrelenting monster who didn't stop until he ravaged his prey. Until he ravaged her. Just then, a tingling feeling was in her stomach and her legs began to shake. Something was wrong. She stopped throwing the cement pieces when she saw the wild and savage look on Izuku's face. He looked like he was mad and crazy, a crazed and hungry animal looking for a meal. Looking for prey. That look in Izuku scared Ibara, but at the same time, deep down, it excited her to no end, and she had no idea why. The tingling feeling got stronger and her legs buckled and she fell to her knees, her breaths became ragged, and she clenched her white robe with a tight grip as she felt a cold sweat go through her body. "WWH, what's wrong with me?" she asked herself in a quiet tone. "Beats me." Ibara's eyes went wide. The cold sweat she had earlier felt colder. Goosebumps spread across her body. She dare not look up in fear of what she would see, but her body betrayed her mind. She slowly rose her head and her eyes looked away from the ground and slowly traveled up, and her eyes widened more as she looked in fright at Izuku Midoriya. His face was hidden by shadow. All she could see was his dead emerald eyes staring down at her. As she looked around him, she could have sworn she saw ghastly spirits dancing around him as if he was their king, and they danced for his amusement and pleasure. That tingling feeling felt stronger and it shook through her entire body and her legs completely shook. She was feeling a mix of emotions inside of her due to that look in Izuku. She was scared, terrified, but she felt extremely excited. Izuku raised his sword in the air and Ibara saw this and she gasped. She knew she should move, but she couldn't. Her body was frozen in fear and awe. He's going to kill me. I need to move. Why can't I move? Ibara asked herself. Izuku then swung his sword down and Ibara knew she needed to move or he cut her in half, but she couldn't. She closed her eyes, anticipating her death. But nothing came. No pain, no blood. She opened her eyes only to see that the blade was mere inches from her face and she gasped as tears fell from her face. Her heart was racing, faster than it had ever before. She stared at the edge of the blade that was right in front of her face and she fell backward onto the ground as she breathed raggedly. Izuku smiled and sheathed his sword back on his back, but he then coughed harshly as the blood left his mouth and fell on the cement and onto his hands. Damn it, I'm glad I finished it when I did. She's really crazy when she's angry, but it worked to my advantage, Izuku thought to himself. He pressed on his calm, Tetsu. How's Ak? How's your end? Izuku asked. All good bro. Awase tried to get to the weapon but I managed to knock him out. Tetsu replied over the comm, what about you? What do you know? He's actually good for something else besides talking my ear off, Izuku thought, and he then looked down at Ibara and saw how she was still away but he was sure that he gave her a scare somehow and that she was now coming down from all the adrenaline coursing through her body. She's out, Izuku told him. Time is up. The hero team has failed to capture the villains or the weapon. All Might announced, villain team wins. Izuku was leaving the infirmary with bandages around his head and a few under his uniform. He shut the door of the infirmary, in order to escape the stern yelling of Recovery Girl. Crazy old bat, Izuku muttered as he left. Izuku turned to look down the hall only to see Ibara walking toward him with a furious look on her face. She had a fire in her eyes as she glared at him. When she was right in front of him, she pulled her hand back and slapped him across the face. Izuku seemed unfazed by the slap and just looked at her as if nothing had happened. That only seemed to piss Ibara off more. He acted like nothing he did to her mattered. It mattered. He had made her feel things she had never felt before, and these confusing and mixed feelings only seemed to infuriate her just as much as his uncaring attitude did. "How dare you? You don't belong here. You damn monster. How dare you call yourself a hero?" Ibara cried. "You're nothing but a savage brute and a wild animal. But most of all, you're nothing but a quirkless Freya." However, she didn't finish her sentence as Izuku had slapped her across the face so hard that she had fallen against the wall. She looked back at him and saw the anger on his face, and when he stepped closer to her, she flinched as Izuku got into her face. "Don't you ever call me that again," Izuku told her. Izuku walked past her and left her there in the hallway. Ibara rubbed the part of her face where Izuku had slapped her, and she turned around and glared at the back of the boy as he walked away. She growled at him, "You will pay, Izuku, you will pay for what you have done to me." Ibara thought to herself. It was during lunch, and currently, Izuku was once again outside, swinging his sword. And once again, from the window, looking down on him from inside the building, was none other than Ibara. She glared at him, glared as if he was some sort of monster, as if he was something so disgusting. From behind her, Awase was watching her. He saw how she had looked at him. He knew her long enough to know when she hated something, and right now, he saw how much she hated, loathed Izuku's existence. He could see why someone like her could hate someone with Izuku's behavior. However, while he could understand Ibara hated Izuku, but Awase could tell there was a lot more to Izuku than this front he put on. Awase moved closer to the window. "He's tough," Awase said. "Despite him not having a quirk, he's pretty damn strong and tough." "Who cares?" Ibara snarled. "Doesn't it matter how strong he is? He doesn't belong here. Why would they let someone like him in here?" Awase saw her ball her fist to the point that her nails dug into her hand. He sighed. He knew what she meant when she referred to Izuku. He was sure that when Ibara saw Izuku, she saw him too. Awase sighed. He wished that Ibara would get help in order to get over what he did to her, but for now, he just needed her to get away from the window. "Come on, lunch period is almost done," Awase told her. Ibara looked down at the Izuku through the window for a little bit longer. The flames of hate were clear in her eyes. But she listened to Awase, and she turned away from the window and followed Awase to wherever he was going. She just needed to stop looking at him. She hated him, but at the same time, she wanted him. She thought back to that tingling feeling in her stomach back during the hero class. She remembered the look on Izuku's face. She remembered that while she was scared, she was more excited than anything. She remembered how she was actually turned on by his savage nature. She remembered the buckling of her legs. She remembered how she fell to her knees. She remembered her ragged breaths. She remembered how everything, at that moment, excited her. But the person that excited her the most was Izuku. That really pissed her off. Becoming excited, being attracted, having any type of feelings for Izuku Midoriya. It was a sin. No one could like Izuku Midoriya in such a way. And God help any who did. Why on earth did you allow him into the school, Nezu? At the same time, Vlad King, or Sekijiro Khan, was in Principal Nezu's office. Nezu was sitting at his desk looking up at the blood hero. They were talking, and the subject of it was, of course, Izuku Midoriya. "What brought this up, Vlad?" Nezu asked. Khan huffed. "You're a smart mouse, you should know why I brought this up." Nezu sighed. Vlad was right. Nezu already knew why Vlad brought up the concern about Izuku Midoriya and his behavior. He knew that eventually, concern for Izuku's behavior would be brought up by some of the staff, and not just any of the staff, but not just by any staff members, but by those who were once a part of Oka's class. This could have been brought up by Midnight, Ectoplasm, or even 13. But he should have known it was Vlad that would be the one with the most concern. After all, he was one of the students to see what happened to Oka that fateful day. He was one of them too. Is this because of Oka-sensei? Nezu asked Vlad. Vlad nodded. Of course, it is, Vlad said. I want to know why, Nezu. Why accept someone like him and put him in my class? Vlad asked. Because of the fact that he reminds us of Oka. Nezu said. Izuku is a lot like her. We know he's been through a lot, just like her, and the reason I put him in your class is that I believe you can save him. Just like you wanted to save her, Nezu told Vlad. Quote. Do you think I can really do this? Vlad asked. Do you really think I can save a person who has so much hate, so much anger, so much? Vlad stopped himself from talking anymore. Vlad, Nezu began. Nezu, I don't think I can. Vlad told Nezu, I can't help him. Nezu sighed as he looked at his desk and away from his old classmate. You can't because you think you can't, or because you're afraid? Nezu asked. Vlad didn't answer. Nezu knew he hit it right on the spot. He was right. Vlad was afraid of failing with Izuku like they failed to stop Oka. Vlad looked at Nezu with a sad expression on his face. Nezu, do you think he will turn out like Oka-sensei? Vlad asked him. Nezu looked up from his desk and looked at his old classmate. His face was expressionless. Not if I can help it. What can we do, Nezu? Vlad asked. How can we save him from suffering the same fate as Oka-sensei? By making sure he doesn't suffer as she did. By defeating his demons before he is put in a situation where he has to fight them. And if we fail? Vlad asked. We won't, Nezu stated. But if we do, if we fail, what happens? Then we aren't worthy of calling ourselves heroes, Nezu said. With that said, the bell rang and the two could hear students making their way back to their classes. I think you should head back to your class. After all, if I remember correctly, you and your class have to get ready to go to the USJ today, correct? Nezu said. Vlad nodded. Yeah, some rescue training today for hero class, Vlad said. Well then, better not keep your students waiting, Vlad. He nodded and Vlad headed to the door and opened it. He walked out and closed the door behind him. Nezu watched him leave and as he did, he sighed heavily. It wasn't easy being the principal of UA, but it was the job he needed. He looked at a photo on his desk. It was his class photo. Class 1B. There he was, standing with a young Vlad, Ectoplasm, Midnight, and 13. He and they were surrounded by other classmates, who have been dead for a long time. Standing behind all of them, was their teacher, a hero called Amona. Her real name was Oka Yaoyarozu. Don't worry sensei, I promise I will not let Izuku become you, Nezu told himself. Currently, Izuku and the rest of the students of Class 1B were on their way to the USJ. Not Universal Studios Japan, but as Nezu called it, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Apparently, this little training exercise was some way to rescue civilians from natural disasters. So, are you guys excited about this? He overheard Tetsu ask. I don't know. I mean what happens if we mess up? Asked Awase. Ah, don't think like that Awase. It isn't manly to doubt yourself. Tetsu cried with excitement. Izuku just ignored the conversation, his mind wasn't worried about the training session. All he cared about was getting through this class, without pissing off Ibara. However, he was apparently failing at that because she had been giving him the death stare for the entire ride. He ignored her staring, but she wasn't the only one staring. When he looked up, he had caught Vlad looking at him a few times, though it wasn't hatred, it was something else. However, he didn't have more time to think about it because the bus had stopped. All right, everyone off, Vlad began. We're here. With those words, they all began to get off the bus, and once everyone was off, standing at the door was none other than Pro Hero 13. Hello, students, 13 greeted. It's good to meet you all and welcome to the USJ. Many students were glad to see another pro hero training them. However, Izuku didn't share their enthusiasm, but he would admit to himself that he was surprised to see 13, as they were one of the heroes who had been there after the eclipse had ended. After introducing themselves, 13 led the students into the USJ, and as they all entered, the doors behind them closed and they looked at the facility, which was indeed very huge. Izuku now would indeed admit to himself that he was amazed by how large this place was. UA certainly goes big or goes home, he thought to himself. 13 then turned to them all. Here at the USJ you will be learning how to save lives and the proper way to conduct a search and rescue mission as a hero, 13 told them. Your powers are not meant to inflict harm. I hope you leave here today with the understanding that you're meant to help people more than just fighting villains, 13 told them. As 13 was explaining what they would be doing, Tetsu looked past 13 and saw the center of the USJ and saw a black portal appear and open, only for many figures to exit the portal itself. Whoa, hold up, you guys even got fake villains. Tetsu said. Hearing that, Vlad and 13 turned around quickly only to see the fake villains at the center of the USJ below the stairs, and their eyes widened in disbelief. Realizing what was truly happening, the two pros quickly went into action. Everyone, get behind me and 13. Villains have breached the USJ. Vlad yelled at his students as he prepared to engage in a fight. He turned back to his fellow hero, 13. Get them out of here. Now, Vlad cried. Most of the students followed 13 to the doors, but when 13 reached the doors, they didn't budge open, much to the pro hero's horror. 13 then quickly looked back to Vlad. The doors aren't opening. 13 cried. Meanwhile, Izuku looked down where the villains appeared and his good eye widened. Down below was someone he had been looking for. He wore a long black shirt and black pants with red high tops. He had a bunch of hands holding onto his body, and he also had one covering his face, and his pale blue shaggy hair helped obscure it, but he knew who it was all too well. Anger and hatred began to boil up inside of him, as the flashes of the eclipse replayed inside of his mind. He gritted his teeth and without thinking, he unsheathed his sword and pushed past the other students and even past Vlad as he ran down the step. SSSHH Higaera Aki-e. Izuku roared with anger. Izuku, get back here, Vlad cried as he tried to reach out to his student. Izuku didn't stop. He continued running down the stairs with fury in his eyes, his sword at the ready to strike any of those that got in his way. What the hell is this kid doing? Asked one villain with a smile. He must be insane, chuckled another. Let's gut the brat. A few villains prepared to strike at Izuku, but he already landed right in front of them, his flowing black cloak waving behind him. The villains looked at the young teen as he landed, and when Izuku looked at them, he gave them a look of pure hatred and fury. It was a look of an animal with nothing else to lose. A few of the villains hesitated, and Izuku used that to his advantage, as he swung his sword sideways, slicing 5 of the villain in half, killing them. The villains that saw this stopped, as they were in shock at what just happened before their eyes. And no way. Did that kid really kill them with one swing? What kind of sword is that kid holding? A sword. That thing's no sword. That thing is too big to be called a sword. Too big, too thick, and too heavy. It is more like a sharp-edged lump of iron. Izuku turned to the villains who had stopped in their shock, and when he looked at them, they couldn't help but feel their fight or flight response kick in, and most of them had the gut feeling to run. Move, Izuku ordered, or I'll cut through you all. I'd like to see you try, brat, cried one of the villains. Izuku didn't hesitate as he charged at them and swung his sword upward, cutting one of them in half. From behind, 2 more villains appeared and were ready to attack Izuku with their quirks. However, neither had time to do anything with their quirks as Izuku quickly turned around, and with another swing, he cut their heads clean off. What the hell is wrong with this kid? He's no hero. He's a freaking monster. Meanwhile, on the other side of the crowd of villains, the villain known as Shigaraki was with Kurogiri and a beast called Anomu. He could see the carnage from where he stood, and better yet, he saw who it was that was creating this carnage. Kurogiri, did you see him? Shigaraki asked. I do, young Shigaraki, Kurogiri responded. Nomu, kill him, Shigaraki ordered. Hearing that order, Nomu pushed past the other villains with blinding speed and charged at the green-haired teen. Nomu appeared right behind the young teen and raised his fist up in the air, ready to bring it down atop the boy's head. As the fist came flying down, Izuku quickly turned around and used the sword to block the attack. Nomu hit the sword just as Izuku blocked the attack. The force made him skid backward. Izuku stopped skidding and slammed his sword into the ground as he looked at the Nomu. The Nomu looked at him and lowered his fist, and Izuku let his sword slam down into the ground and gave Nomu a wicked smile. You're a lot stronger than the others I fought before, Izuku said with a smile. Let's see if you die as easily as them. Izuku said. 1. Nomu charged at him and Izuku readied his sword to attack. Nomu raised his fist and swung at Izuku, but Izuku swung his sword upward and cut Nomu's hand in half. However, the hand quickly repaired itself and Nomu swung its other fist at Izuku. hitting him in the right arm and sending him back to the bottom of the steps. Izuku crashed into the steps hard, and he coughed up blood. From the top of the steps, Tetsu, Awase, Ibara, and the rest of the students watched in horror at Izuku's body as he crashed in the steps. However, Izuku slowly got up and gripped his sword, looked at the Nomu. However, behind him, Kurogiri and Shigaraki appeared and Izuku's anger grew. Seeing Izuku get back up amazed the three students and even the two pro heroes. Shigaraki looked at Izuku and chuckled, "I'm surprised you survived Nomu's punch, not many could do that." Shigaraki told Izuku, "But it's been a long time, Izuku Midoriya." Izuku spit blood out to the side as he still glared at Shigaraki. Shigaraki. They know each other. Ibara thought from atop the steps, how do they know each other? I have to admit, I'm surprised you're here, I thought we broke your spirit during the eclipse. Shigaraki said, but how are you? How's the eye? Oh, wait, how's that girl of yours? Shigaraki asked with a chuckle. Eclipse? Ibara asked. Does he mean the eclipse event? Izuku growled and his glare hardened as he stared at Shigaraki. Instead of replying to Shigaraki with words, Izuku charged at the villain with his sword raised, ready to bring it down on the villain's head. But Nomu ran at him and pulled its fist back, ready to punch him back, but Izuku slashed downward, once again cutting him the Nomu's arm in half down the middle, but it quickly repaired itself. However, Izuku then quickly swung his blade again, this time cutting the Nomu across the chest. However, the regeneration quirk was faster and so the Nomu healed quickly. Izuku backed up, but with great speed, Nomu grabbed Izuku by the waist and then raised Izuku in the air before slamming him into the ground. Izuku cried in pain and spat out more blood as he was slammed into the ground. Nomu then raised him up again, but Izuku lifted his sword up, and using the square tip of his sword, he brought the blade down right in the shoulder of the Nomu, cutting off the arm that was holding him as the Nomu stepped back. The severed arm that gripped Izuku loosened and Izuku got up quickly and looked at the one-armed Nomu, and the Nomu's arm quickly regrew, which angered Izuku, and his anger only grew when he heard the laughter of Shigaraki. Nomu is the ultimate boss. He was made to kill All Might, a pathetic human like you can't hurt him. Shigaraki cried. Izuku growled, but he charged at the Nomu once again. This time, Nomu swung widely at Izuku. Izuku dodged the attack by ducking under the blow, and Izuku used this to cut both of the feet off of the Nomu. The Nomu began to fall and Izuku quickly slashed upward, cutting the Nomu deeply, from its waist to its shoulder. However, the Nomu healed quickly again, and as it regenerated its wounds, it grabbed Izuku by his own legs and raised him up, and slammed him behind him before raising him up again and slamming Izuku in front of him. Izuku spat out some blood and he now had a few cuts and dirt around his arms and face. Ha 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 ha. Yes, good Nomu, Shigaraki cackled. See, there's no stopping Nomu. He feels no pain. He feels nothing. What can you do? Huh. What can a quirkless and pathetic human such as yourself do against such odds? Nomu healed completely and once again picked up Izuku by his legs and the young teen was held upside down, spitting out blood. Izuku then pulled out something from his back pouch and then dragged it across the cement, and then threw it to the side of the Nomu. It was one of his miniature bombs and it blew up right next to Nomu's face and right in front of Izuku. The eruption of the explosion blew up half of the Nomu's face and the pain caused Nomu to let go of Izuku as he was sent back quite a bit. Nomu, get up, kill him, Shigaraki ordered. However, the Nomu was crying in pain, its hands hovered over the spot where half of his face and head were missing and it continued to scream in pain. Izuku picked up his sword and approached the Nomu and Izuku raised his sword up and then sliced one of its arms off. He then raised his sword up once again and swung down, cutting the other arm off. Instead of regenerating its arms, the Nomu was still screaming from the pain of half its face being blown off. Shigaraki growled in anger, why aren't you getting up? Kill him Nomu, Shigaraki cried. Exposed brains are huge design flaws in these things, Izuku stated. The young teen now stood over the Nomu, and he smiled wickedly, as blood was still dripping from his cuts and from the side of his mouth. He looked at the Nomu with his good eye, but then, he turned to look at Shigaraki. It's true about what you said, Shigaraki. Humans are pathetic, and we are weak, and we die easily, but no matter how weak we are, no matter how much we're tortured or trampled, no matter how much pain we feel, We still want to live, Izuku told the villain. He then looked back down at the Nomu with a wicked grin. How about you feel that pain? Izuku raised his sword and brought it down. He repeated this over and over again, as the Nomu still cried in pain. Izuku grinned wickedly, enjoying this as the blood of the Nomu sprayed on him. He did not look like a hero right now, in fact, he looked like a villain. As the screaming died down and Izuku delivered the final blow to the Nomu, which was slamming his sword down on the creature's brain, destroying it for good. Izuku, still smirking, turned to Shigaraki, raised his sword, and pointed to the villain. The young teen charged at the villain, ready to kill him with a smile on his face. This is it, Izuku told himself as he continued to charge. As he got closer to the villain, he was ready to cut Shigaraki in half, as well as Kurogiri should he get in the way, while Shigaraki and Kurogiri waited till he was in range to launch an attack by wither teleporting Shigaraki behind Izuku so that Shigaraki could kill the boy. However, before any of them could do anything, the doors of the USJ burst open, and standing there was All Might, and for once, he wasn't smiling. No, not now, Izuku cried. Kurogiri looked over to Shigaraki. Young Shigaraki, we must leave. Without Nomu, All Might will destroy us. Kurogiri. Shigaraki groaned but he nodded. Fine, Shigaraki replied. Kurogiri opened a portal for him and Shigaraki to escape. However, before they could, 3 throwing daggers were sent flying at them, and 1 missed but 2 hit their target. 1 stabbed right into Shigaraki's shoulder while another stabbed right into Shigaraki's ribs. Where is he? Izuku cried. Where is he, Shigaraki? Where is Monoma? Izuku cried out with anger but also with desperation. Shigaraki didn't answer as he cried out in pain as he fell through the portal and the 2 villains disappeared. Izuku tried to reach out to grab them in order to get the answers he needed but failed as the black mist completely disappeared. No, god damn it, no, Izuku cried in anger as he fell to the ground and slammed his fist on the ground. With the appearance of All Might and seeing what Izuku could do, most of the villains surrendered, while some still tried to fight, but were quickly knocked out by All Might. The students were sent back to UA to be checked on and to be healed. Izuku was rushed there due to the damage he sustained. Izuku had 3 broken ribs, bruises around his body and face, a few cuts on his face, and atop his head. Izuku was forced to lay in the cot as he was being taken back to UA in the ambulance. As he was loaded into the back of the ambulance vehicle, he heard Tetsu and a few of his classmates asking the medics if he was okay, but he tried to ignore their worries, as he was now fully in the back of the ambulance and he looked at the roof of the car and his expression saddened as tears flowed from his eyes. Izuku was currently taking a train to his new middle school. Yes, finally, he had moved away from Aldera Middle School and the torment of Bakugo and his group, as well as the teachers and staff that did nothing to help him. However, he would be attending a new middle school. It was called Marikoru Middle School, and he would be attending the school for his last 2 years. It was a large blackish building with a few red lines around it. The windows were clear and he could see some of the students walking and talking in the hallway. Currently, Izuku was standing at the gates of Marikoru Middle School, wearing the school's uniform. It was similar to Aldea's but the inside of his gakuren was red, even the inside of the collar, and the buttons were also red. As for his pants, they had a red line going down the side. Come on, you can do this. No one knows who you are. This is a fresh start. You can do this, Izuku thought to himself. Hey, you going in or what man? Came a voice. Izuku turned around only to see a teen boy. He had dark blue hair that was parted down the middle, light blue eyes, and an annoyed expression on his face. He wore the same uniform as Izuku, though it was unbuttoned and Izuku noticed that he had rather long nails that were sharp and pointed, kind of like a vampire. Sorry I was just. I was building up courage to go in, Izuku replied nervously. Why, unless, he began before a smile crossed his face, you're new, huh? Oh no. This can't end well, Izuku thought. Well then since you're new here, why don't I show him around, huh? The teen asked. I don't know, Leave him alone, Kimahito, came another voice. Izuku and the teen, now known as Kimahito, turned around only to see a young teen girl with almost pale porcelain skin. She had rainbow-colored eyes, and pure white curly hair, she was wearing the female uniform of Marikuru Middle School. The uniform resembled a typical sailor fuku, but it was black and red, the shirt was black, the collar was black with red lines, and the skirt was also red with small black lines going around it. Ah, come on Toru, I was just trying to have some fun with the new guy, Kimihito said with a smug smile. The teen girl, now known as Toru, walked over to Kimihito and gave him a pout while poking him in the chest. Your definition of fun is messing with people so they get scolded by the principal, she told him. Ah, stop poking me, I'm sorry, Kimihito said. Toru nodded with a smile and then walked over to Izuku. Hi, I'm Toru Hagakure, second year here at Marikuru, it's nice to meet you, she introduced herself. This is your chance to start fresh Izuku. Don't embarrass yourself, Izuku thought to himself. I'm Izuku Midoriya, new second year at Marikuru, it's nice to meet you too, Hagakure-san, Izuku said with a bit of a confident smile. Toru beamed when she heard this. Oh, so you're in our grade. That's cool, what class? I'm in class 2A, Izuku said. Hey, that means you're in the same class as us man, chimed in Kimihito. I'm Kimihito Kujo, by the way, Kimihito introduced himself. Nice to meet you as well, Kujo-san. Kimihito shook his head. Ah, no need for that san stuff, just call me Kimihito. Kimihito. Toru nodded. Same for me, please, just call me Toru. Izuku was a bit surprised at how friendly they were being, but a part of them told him to be careful. After all, it wasn't the first time people were nice to him before quickly changing how they felt about him. Then please call me Izuku, Izuku told them. It's only right, he said. Alright, Toru said with a smile. Anyway, why don't we show you to the class and meet the rest of our friends, I'm sure they'd be happy to meet you. Yeah, Kimihito said. With that, Toru and Kimihito led Izuku inside the school and led them to their class, where from now on, he would be. A part of him was overjoyed that he was able to move to Marikuru Middle School. However, there was still a part of him that told him not to trust them just yet, not to find happiness just yet. After all, once they knew what he was, he would be ostracized once more, treated as nothing but a freak. He shook that part of his thoughts away. He needed to hold out hope that this place would be different, but he also needed to expect disappointment should it turn out the same. He walked up to the second floor of the building and there, he could see Class 2A, and he continued walking over to the class. With Toru and Kimihito in front of him, they opened the door to the class and walked in with Izuku in tow. Hey, guys, we got a new student, cried Toru. Izuku sort of stiffened when he heard Toru announce his presence to the whole class, but when he looked around, he saw a few students look at him but they then went back to their own business. He looked back over to Toru and Kimihito, and there he saw them at a desk with 3 other people, who were, of course, wearing the Marikuru uniform. One was a tall girl with tan skin and shoulder-length black hair, her iris and pupil were completely silver, and she also had 3 lip piercings on her bottom lip, one of them to the right was connected to a chain that connected to her ear. Her uniform was a bit like Toru's but the skirt was a bit shorter. Next, there was a guy with long dark green hair, which was tied back into a ponytail, his eyes were a light green. He also wore a necklace around his neck, which showed due to his collar being unbuttoned. The necklace had a small object hanging from it, it was a dagger. Next was another girl, she was a bit shorter than him, her hair was pink and shoulder length and was styled into thick dreadlocks and seemed to be swept to her right. As for her eyes, her irises were a greenish yellow with a cross in the center, making them look somewhat like scope lenses. Atop her head and resting on it, was a pair of red and gold steampunk goggles. Finally, there was another boy, with slick blonde hair, his eyes were periwinkle blue, though, instead of the typical black, his pupils were white. He wore the uniform just like he did, a smile was on his face, but it wasn't a smile that was full of arrogance or smugness. No, it seemed kind, but there was something to it, something Izuku felt was familiar. Toru stepped in front of the group while Kimihito stood next to Izuku. Guys, this is Izuku Midoriya, Toru introduced him as she pointed at him. Izuku looked at the group and waved with a nervous smile. Hello. Toru smiled. Izuku, these are our friends, the one with the piercings is Kanao Hijisuma. Kanao smiled. Hey there, she said. Then there's Josuke Tatoku, He's the one with the dagger around his neck. Yo, Josuke greeted with a kind smile. Then there's Mei Hatsume, she's the one with the pink hair. Hearing her name, Mei perked up and looked at Izuku. Oh. Nice to meet you, Mei said with a smile. And finally, my name is Nito Monoma. Izuku looked to see that the blonde boy, now known as Nito Monoma, walked up to Izuku. He smiled at the green-haired boy and held out his hand for him to shake it. Izuku looked at Monoma's hand and he then shook it. Monoma smiled at Izuku. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. Izuku nodded and smiled back. The same for you, Monoma. Tell me, what is your quirk? Monoma asked. Izuku stiffened. Izuku gave Monoma a nervous look. My quirk? Izuku asked. Monoma nodded. Yes, if you don't mind me asking, he said with a smile. Sorry, I'm just interested in quirks. Izuku's smile sort of returned to his face. Funny, so am I, Izuku said. Monoma's smile widened a bit. Really? Seems we have something in common, he said with a chuckle. Why yeah, so what is your quirk? Monoma asked. This is it, Izuku thought to himself. This was the moment that would determine if Marikuru and Aldera were the same, if they would treat him the same as Bakugo and the other students. He steeled himself and he breathed in and out, still trying to calm himself. I don't have a quirk. I'm quirkless, Izuku said with a nervous look on his face. Quirkless, huh? That's pretty cool. Izuku's eyes opened quickly as shock coursed through his body. Izuku looked at Monoma with a surprised look on his face. Really? Izuku asked. Monoma looked at Izuku with a smile and nodded. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you don't hear that a lot, but I think that having no quirk is pretty cool in itself, Monoma told him. Yeah, Josuke agreed. Kanao nodded. Just because you ain't got a quirk, doesn't mean you're useless. True, Toru agreed. Izuku wanted to cry. A part of him wanted to cry as he realized that his quirkless did not matter to Monoma, nor did it matter to the others. Thanks, Izuku said. ... As time passed, Izuku truly did find that no one here held any contempt or prejudice against him due to his quirklessness. It felt nice. It felt like he actually belonged here and was one of them despite being so new to the group. Right now, Izuku was currently sitting with them at lunch, and while hesitant to talk, he did feel much more comfortable than he did back at Aldera. Though a part of him was still on guard about telling them anything else, he chalked this up to the trust issues and trauma that he experienced at Aldera and from Bakugo. He got along with everyone, mostly Toru though. She seemed to be the most outgoing and trustworthy person in the group and was the most friendly of them. He also learned a few things about the group. He learned about their quirks, where they were from, and also a few things about their habits, the typical stuff you ask when you made new friends. However, Izuku found Monoma to be more intriguing. For some reason, Izuku had a sense of familiarity with Monoma, which was strange since they had just met today. However, the way he walked, the way he moved, the way he zoned out, and the way he smiled. It all felt familiar, and Izuku had a good guess as to why he felt such a sense of similarity. So yeah, that's what I wanna do after middle school. What about you, Izuku? Hearing his name, Izuku turned to see Josuke, looking at him. Huh, Izuku replied. Josuke looked at him and smiled. What do you wanna do after middle school? Josuke asked. Izuku scratched the back of his head. It's really stupid. Nah, come on, what is it? Josuke asked with a smile. Yeah, come on, tell us, Toru said as she leaned closer to him. Izuku blushed at the closeness of Toru, but he hid his face in his hands and sighed. Well, I want to be a hero, Izuku said. A hero. Hearing the voice, Izuku looked up from his hands and saw Monoma looking at him with a smile. Why yeah, I want to be a hero, like All Might, Izuku said. Monoma continued to smile. However, this smile was different than the one Izuku had seen. It looked like a know-it-all smirk. Similar but less vicious looking to Bakugo's. A hero like All Might, huh? Monoma said. I want to be a hero as well, but I don't want to be like All Might. Really? Izuku asked with piqued interest. Most people wanted to be like All Might, but apparently not Monoma. Monoma nodded as he looked at Izuku. Yeah, don't get me wrong, All Might is an amazing hero, but I also know that no one will compare to him. Once he decided to retire, his position is going to be hard to fill. A lot of heroes are going to be living in his shadow. I don't want to be one of them." Izuku's eyes widened. Hearing the words of Monoma, Izuku realized he was right. All Might was one of the greatest heroes in the world, most popular in Japan and the US. No one could compare, which proved Monoma's point. When All Might retired, whenever that was, he would be leaving some pretty big boots to fill. This also brought up something inside of Izuku's mind. A dangerous thought that was now implanted into his brain. Can I really be like All Might? Izuku thought to himself. The thought made him feel uneasy, and for the first time, Izuku began to doubt if he really could become a hero. Izuku looked at Monoma and a small smile he put on his face to hide the uneasy feeling he had not felt from the thought. "I guess," he said. "But why be like him, when you can be you?" Monoma asked with a smile. This confused Izuku. What?" he asked. "I can see why you want to be a hero, Midoriya, and I can guess it's like mine, right? You want to save people, no matter what, right?" Monoma asked. Izuku didn't hesitate. He nodded, giving Monoma his answer. Monoma smiled. "Then I want you, Midoriya." Izuku's eyes widened as he heard those words and he blushed a little out of embarrassment. I don't swing that way," Izuku said. Hearing this, Monoma laughed loudly, realizing how Izuku had taken his words. Sorry about that. I didn't mean it like you thought," Monoma said. "What I meant was that I want you to join me in training to become heroes." Izuku's eyes widened. Really? You want to help me become a hero?" Izuku asked. Monoma smiled. "Yeah, I've been training my quirk, and while the others are helping me, they are also trying to become heroes as well." "Well, not me," Mei chimed in with a smile. "I just want to build my babies," Mei told him, pointing at some gadget she was tinkering with. Izuku smiled a bit in Mei's words, and he turned away from her and Monoma and took a quick look at the others. Each of them looked back at him and nodded with smiles on their faces. "We all want to become heroes for certain reasons that differ, but we all want to do good, and we decided to train and help each other to become heroes and go to any hero school we want to," Monoma told Izuku. "I want you to join us, Midoriya, so what do you say?" Monoma asked. "You really want someone like me, a quirkless and useless person, to help you train to be heroes?" Izuku asked. "You're not useless," Monoma told him. "No one is useless, everyone has their destiny and their part to play in the grand scheme of things, even you, Midoriya." Hearing these words, coming from someone he had just met today and were nothing more than acquaintances, it touched his heart. He knew that not many believed in his dream, even his mother held doubts about his dream. But hearing someone, a stranger, tell him that he could be something, he could be the thing he always wanted to be, he almost made him burst into tears. Someone believed in him for once. And no one knew how good that felt to him right now. "What do you say, Midoriya? Will you help us and also help you?" Monoma asked. Izuku looked at the blonde teen and Izuku out on a true confident smile. "Why yeah," Izuku proclaimed. The others cheered as Izuku had now joined them, however, despite smiling. Toru felt a twinge of jealousy as she looked at Izuku and Monoma. "He never said he wanted someone to join us. We just joined him because we wanted to. So why did he ask Izuku?" Toru thought. Why? What makes Izuku so special? A month has passed since Izuku found real friends at Marikoro Middle School, and not only had he made real friends, he was making progress in order to reach his dream. It was Monoma who brought him in and helped him get started with training. Monoma had told Izuku that he should learn swordplay as he did from Josuke. Izuku thought about it and agreed, and Josuke agreed with Monoma and would train Izuku in swordplay, while Kanao told him that even if he wanted to fight with a blade, he first needed to get into shape. So while Josuke taught him how to fight with a sword, Kanao would build up his physique and whip him into shape. Which brought them to now. Currently, it was the weekend and the group was in the very large backyard of Josuke's home, which also happened to be part of his mother's kendo dojo. They were all practicing with their quirks while Izuku was training with his sword. Izuku's practice sword, which was made of wood, resembled that of a Dwemer greatsword from the pre-quirked era game called Skyrim. And at that moment, Izuku was having a spar with Josuke, who was using a wooden katana and a wooden tanto. Meanwhile, for her training, Toru was trying to sneak up on both Mei and Kanao and attack them using hand-to-hand combat, which she learned from Kanao. Mei wasn't all that into sparring due to her not wanting to be a hero but instead building gear for heroes. Kanao still suggested that she learn how to fight in case if someone tried to attack her, and reluctantly, Mei agreed. Meanwhile, Josuke was teaching Izuku about swordplay while Monoma and Kimihito were sparring. Apparently, Monoma was a natural with a sword as he easily kept beating Kimihito, who was attacking with his quirk. Back with Izuku, the young quirkless teen swung his sword to the left only for Josuke to duck under the attack and hit Izuku's leg, and then get behind the green-haired boy. Izuku quickly saw this and turned around and swung downward at Josuke. However, Josuke managed to block the attack by forming an X with his katana and tanto. He then pushed Izuku's sword up before he hit Izuku with the katana in the side, causing Izuku to wince in pain. Izuku swung his sword a bit lower to hit Josuke, but Josuke blocked the attack with his katana. However, the force of Izuku's swing rattled the katana and his hand, causing him to drop it. Izuku quickly raised his sword and then swung it to his left before Josuke could go for the katana. Seeing the attack, Josuke jumped over the attack and rolled a few feet away, before he got up and looked at Izuku, who was now in between him and his katana. Izuku couldn't help but smile as he saw Josuke back up. "All I have left is my tanto, and in order to use it I have to get in close," Josuke thought. He knew that too, despite his personality, he really has a knack for fighting. Izuku looked at Josuke with a smile. He gripped his sword tightly and thought about what could happen next. He only has a few options. If he fights me with his tanto, then he'll have to get in close. He's fast enough to dodge my attacks, but he can't go on defense for long. And when he slips up, I might give him a few good hits to end the match, but he could also try and throw it at me in order to distract me and get the katana back. But if that does happen, I can try and make sure he reaches the katana. I can take the pain and make sure he doesn't get the katana. Izuku thought. I can take the pain, it's something I'm used to. Josuke weighed his options and Izuku waited to see what he would do. If he didn't move, then Izuku would move in, so he needed to make the first move before Izuku did. Josuke sighed. Fine, guess I'll have to charge in. I may be fast enough to dodge a few of his swings, but I can't be on the defense for long, Josuke thought as he took a charging position. Looks like he made his choice. He's going to charge, Izuku said. Both were ready to act. However, before they could even make their next moves, they were stopped by Toru, who called out to them. Hey, you guys, it's time to take a break, Toru called. The two boys looked over at her and they relaxed and then smiled and gave her a nod. Izuku set his wooden sword on his shoulder and Josuke lowered his tanto. With that, they saw Toru meet up with the others while Kimihito and Monoma also stopped their spar. Josuke pocketed his tanto and looked at Izuku with a smile and a thumbs up. Good spar, Izuku, he said. Izuku smiled. Thanks, Josuke, Izuku said. With that, the two boys followed behind Monoma and Kimihito and group went inside Josuke's home to have their break, which meant eating a few snacks and getting drinks as well as having conversations about whatever came up, be it school, heroes, TV, or even training. After getting snacks and drink, they all went back outside and began to eat, drink, and talk. As they were eating, Izuku looked over to Monoma, who was talking with Toru, and he appeared to not have broken a sweat from all the training they all did. But then again, this was Monoma. He was smart and skilled in hand-to-hand as well as swordplay. He had apparently been training with Josuke a lot longer. Josuke said that Monoma was a natural, and only a few spars later, Josuke could no longer beat him, which amazed Izuku. Monoma was a good guy. He cared about his friends and was a hard worker. Izuku also came to learn he was also rather smart, as he was one of the top students in their class next to him and Mei. Izuku admired him as he did with Bakugo, though it was a different kind of admiration. Izuku liked Bakugo's "I can always win" personality. However, with Monoma, Izuku admired him because Monoma was the person he wished he could be. Brave, confident, able to talk without stuttering, social butterfly, and able to stick up for himself. Izuku only knew how to be some of those things recently, but he still fell right back into those habits of letting others talk down to him or not believing in himself. Yes, his new friends stuck up for him. Monoma being one of the most, but still, he hated that he had to be the one rescued. He wanted to be the hero. He didn't want to be weak, which is why he knew that if he wanted to be the hero he wanted to be in the future, a hero like All Might, he needed to train and start trying to break from his old habits. As Izuku was looking at Monoma, he saw something he had never seen before. Izuku noticed that his collar was unbuttoned and Izuku caught a faint glimpse of a small chain that dangled around his neck. I didn't know you wore a necklace, Monoma, Izuku said. Monoma looked at him and then smiled. Oh, right, you never seen it, huh? He asked. Monoma then pulled out the necklace fully and Izuku saw what the small chains were holding. It was a small red egg-shaped stone, though. Izuku looked at it a bit closer and noticed that there were 4 distinctive shapes on it. One shape looked like a pair of lips, 2 shapes looked like a pair of eyes, though they were together but spaced moved around in different positions, and finally, something that was shaped like a nose. The stone and its apparent facial features which were scattered all over the stone in different places gave Izuku a bad feeling. It was odd. What eye is that? Izuku asked with a brow raised. Monoma shrugged with a smile. Don't really know. I got it during a festival from a man selling jewelry. Monoma told him. Said that these stones and the others like it were good luck and that they could grant wishes, he said. Are really? He asked. Yeah, brought me good luck ever since, Monoma said with a nod and a chuckle. He then put the necklace back under his shirt and looked back at Izuku. Anyway, I wanted to ask you something, Izuku, Monoma said. Izuku looked back at Monoma as he took a drink. After taking a sip, he snurred Monoma. Yeah. Izuku asked. What is it? I've been meaning to ask, what hero school do you want to go to? Monoma asked. UA. Izuku answered quickly. I always wanted to go to UA, he said with a smile. Monoma smiled. Really? Does it have anything to do because All Might went there? Monoma teased. Izuku became embarrassed. Why yeah, it did, he said, but I don't want to go for that reason anymore. This intrigued Monoma. Really? He asked. And why is that? Because of you, Izuku said. Why you want to go to UA? We all do, but you inspired all of us here to train and work our quirks to the bone in order to get into the hero course, and even if May doesn't want to be a hero, you still inspire her to work on her inventions. You inspired me to become my own hero, Monoma, Izuku said. Monoma laughed a little and scratched the back of his head. Thank you, Izuku, that really means a lot, Monoma said, but without you guys, I don't think I could make it this far. You guys believe in me and that means a lot, but I want to know that I believe in you guys as well, no matter what. I believe in you guys no matter what, Monoma said. With that, everyone smiled and everyone thanked Monoma for his words. They then continued to talk and chat. Later, after they had enough of training, the group decided to head to the mall for some fun shopping. Toru said she wanted to go look at some new plushies while May wanted new tools and Kanao just wanted to hit the arcade, which Kimihito also wanted to do. As for the other 3 boys, Izuku wanted to check out the local nerd store which Josuke agreed to. Monoma just wanted to hang out some more as he didn't want to go home yet. As they were walking, Kimihito was complaining about how sore he was after sparring with Monoma. Man, Monoma, did you have to hit so hard? Kimihito cried as he rubbed his sides. Ah, sorry Kimihito, Monoma said with a small smile on him. Kimihito glared at his friend. Seriously, you kicked my ass more times than I can count. You know, maybe you and Izuku should spar the next time. Kimihito cried. Josuke laughed. Hey, that doesn't sound like a bad idea, he said. Izuku looked at them. Hey, leave me out of this, Izuku cried. Josuke nudged Izuku while still smiling. Ah, come on Izuku, you are pretty good with that sword of yours. Hell, you nearly beat me today, he said. I mean, I guess, but still, I'm nowhere near Monoma's level, and besides, he uses one hand, won't that be sort of unfair? Izuku asked. Kimihito looked at Izuku as if he was dumb. Dude, are you kidding? Monoma can beat anyone using that practice sword of his, Kimihito said. Crash. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the wall of a building in front of them burst apart and from out of the rubble, a large figure could be seen. He was very muscular and wearing a red tank top. He had a manic grin on his face. Speaking of his face, when they looked at his eyes, he was missing one, and the wound where his eye once was a large scar. They all froze at the sight of the man, and Kimihito fell back to the ground in shock and fear. The man smiled. "Looky here. A bunch of brats. Oh, I can have a lot of fun with you before more heroes arrive," he said in a sick, twisted tone. "This guy, he's a villain," Izuku cried to himself. "Let the slaughter begin," he cried. He pulled his arm back and his muscle fibers grew larger as he pulled back, ready to hit and crush one of them. "Everyone, move," Monoma cried. That brought them all to their senses, and they scattered as the villain slammed his fist into the ground. "Ha ha ha, like mice running from a cat," he cried. Izuku and the others looked back to the villain, all of them thinking that if it wasn't for Monoma, they would have been dead. Meanwhile, Monoma was a good distance away from the villain but looked at him with an angry expression. "Damn it. Where are the other heroes?" he thought to himself. "This guy is crazy. If we try to run more, he'll just chase after us, and who knows if we can really outrun him." Meanwhile, with Izuku, he too was thinking the same thing. "What the hell do we do?" Izuku thought. He looked around at the others to see that Kimihito and Josuke were across the street while Mei, Toru, and Kanao were also together, thankfully hiding in a store. However, Izuku and Monoma were still a few feet in front of him. "Come on, boys. Just sit still and let me crush you," the villain said. He charged at them, and thankfully the two boys barely dodged his second attack, splitting up. Izuku looked over to Monoma, who was now right next to the villain against a wall, and to his horror, he saw Monoma reach out to touch the villain. What is he doing? He's trying to use his quirk and hit the villain, Izuku thought. Monoma touched the villain, thus gaining his quirk. Monoma quickly used the quirk on his right arm and tried to punch the villain. However, the villain saw him coming and swung his arm at Monoma, causing him to fly through the wall and into the building. "Monoma!" Izuku cried. Izuku rushed to go and help his friend. However, the villain turned around only to see Izuku running at him. "So you wanna play too, huh?" The villain grabbed Izuku by the waist only to throw him into the sab building as Monoma. Izuku flew through the same hole but landed hard on the ground, which was littered with broken concrete. Izuku slowly got up only to see that Monoma was unconscious and bleeding from the back of his head. He then looked back to the hole he flew through only to see the villain looking at him with a wide and manic grin. "You boys really tried to take me on. Ha 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 ha. What are ya, heroes? Bahahahaha." He laughed. "Damn it, what the hell do I do?" Izuku asked. "It's not like I can fight him. I don't have anything to fight him with in his strength. It's superhuman," Izuku thought. The villain began to walk closer to them with a smile. "I was looking for a good time and those two water heroes tried to stop me, but I killed them. They put up a fight, but hey, I still won. Do you think if I kill you and the other kid more heroes will get here? I want a good fight," he said. Izuku gritted his teeth. Fear and anger flowed through him. He was angry that he couldn't do anything and afraid that this was it. This was the end. "First the blonde and then you," he said as he grabbed Monoma by the arm. "Get away from him," Izuku cried, charging at the villain. However, once again, with a single swing of his arm, Izuku was backhanded to the side and he slammed right into a counter. He lost his breath as he saw the villain lift Monoma up like a doll, and then he pulled his arm back, ready to punch and squish Monoma. "Oh, how I'm going to enjoy this," the villain cackled. However, he then saw something interesting on the boy. He saw the stone and his eye went wide. "What? Why does he have that thing?" the villain cried. After regaining his breath, Izuku saw the villain still holding Monoma and then saw him lower his fist. Why is he stopping?" Izuku asked himself. The villain looked at the stone before looking at Monoma, and then he smiled widely and began laughing as Izuku just continued to stare in confusion. "Ha ha ha ha, so that's their ploy, huh?" he cried with glee. He then turned around and looked at Izuku. "I'll give you a warning, kid. If you believe this guy to be a true friend, and if you come to regard him as a brother, then know this. When his ambition crumbles, is when you will face your death. A death you can never escape." With those words, he let go of Monoma and then began walking away from the two boys into the hole he had created. However, before he leaves, he turned to Izuku once more. "I pity you, kid, but I'll see you again when the time comes," he said as he laughed and then left, leaping into the air and no doubt onto another villain. Izuku watched him leave and then he let all of this sink in and he was stunned. He couldn't believe that this happened. He and Monoma had just been attacked by a villain, a crazy and powerful one that wanted to kill them, and they had lived. However, what he said before he left, what he told Izuku about Monoma, was stuck in the green-haired teen's mind. He looked over to Monoma and saw the necklace hanging out of his shirt and Izuku stared at it as his vision began to blur. What's so special about that thing? Izuku asked himself as he fell into unconsciousness. Currently, Izuku sat on the edge of his cot as he prepared to leave the hospital, after spending a night there after the events of yesterday. When he woke up and told about the situation, he quickly asked about his friends and thankfully, they were all right, even Monoma who was just a few rooms down was going to be okay, which Izuku was thankful for. However, he felt terrible. If that villain hadn't stopped, Monoma would have been dead and he couldn't do anything, and then he would have died as well. Izuku felt angry at how useless he was, how terrible it made him feel that his best friend almost died. He balled his fist and looked at it. No matter what, I'm still Deku, he thought. But then his brain reminded him that Monoma didn't die. The villain didn't kill him because of his necklace, and he remembered what the villain said to him before escaping. Ha 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 ha, so that's their ploy, huh? He cried with glee. He then turned around and looked at Izuku. I'll give you a warning, kid. If you believe this guy to be a true friend, and if you come to regard him as a brother, then know this. When his ambition crumbles, is when you will face your death. A death you can never escape. Those words rang through Izuku's mind, and Izuku looked up from his cot and at the door only to see Monoma and the other friends, who were also with his mom. Ah, Monoma, guys, Izuku said with a smile as he saw his friend safe. Izuku got up and walked over to his friends and out of the blue Kanao, and Kimahito went up and hugged him. While Josuke smiled at his friends as did Monoma, and Toru, she didn't even look at him. We were worried about ya, Mei said as she broke the hug. Don't worry us like that, you freaking idiot, Kimahito said. Izuku felt embarrassed and scratched the back of his head. I'm sorry guys, Izuku said. But hey, I'm a lot happier to hear that all of you were okay, Izuku said. Same here, Izuku, Monoma said with a smile. Anyway, let's get you out of here. I'm sure you don't want to keep eating the food here, ah? Monoma asked. Izuku rolled his eyes. It's not that bad, Monoma, Izuku said with a smile. Monoma nodded. I know, he replied. Anyway, I was wondering if you'd want to go camping with us all. Monoma asked him. As they were leaving the hospital and Monoma was inviting him and their camping trip, Toru glared at Izuku and how friendly everyone was treating him. They should be angry, they should be furious. Izuku nearly got Monoma killed. He should have been strong enough to protect Monoma. But instead, Monoma had to be the big freaking idiot hero and fight the villain. And here he was, being all buddy-buddy with the idiot that almost got him killed. So why did Monoma like him? Why did he focus on Izuku? Why didn't he treat her like he did Izuku? She would admit, she was jealous of Izuku, jealous of how Monoma favored him the moment they had met. And she hated that. Why on earth did he like Izuku? She had known Monoma the longest, she had been there since the beginning, believing and wanting to help him with his dream, so why? Why was she left behind? A week later, the group had taken their camping trip into the country. They were going to camp in a forest only a mile or two away from Toru's aunt's farm, which was really nice of Toru's aunt. If they needed more supplies, then they would walk to Toru's aunt's and ask for help. However, it took Izuku quite a bit of convincing on his end as his mother was worried about him due to what happened, which he understood, but still, he wished she didn't worry about him so much. He wasn't the same person he was anymore. He could defend himself and he was beginning to get over his stutter and he wasn't acting like he was stepping on glass anymore. There were 2 reasons for this camping trip, which was planned to be another month. 1. Enjoy the time they had before the summer ended and they would be returning for their 3rd year. 2. Train as hard as they could as they had more time to do so, explore what they could do together as a team, and what some of them could do with their quirks in a more open space. Izuku thought this was a great plan on Monoma's part, but there was one problem that he's been having recently. Toru had been avoiding him a lot, not even wanting to engage in conversation with him on the ride there. He had no idea why she was angry at him, but it did frustrate him a little that she wouldn't tell him why she was angry at him. This is all my fault, Izuku thought. You should talk to her. Izuku jumped a little as he turned around only to see Josuke behind him. Seeing that it was him, Izuku let out a sigh of relief. Don't sneak up on me like that, Josuke, Izuku said. Josuke chuckled. Sorry, he said, anyway, you should talk to her. Who? You know who? Izuku shook his head. I would but I can't, and besides, it's my fault anyway, he said. She's been ignoring me ever since I got out of the hospital, and it's not like one conversation with her is going to make her be less angry with me, Izuku said. Josuke shrugged. Who knows, but you could try, Josuke said. Maybe, Izuku replied. Josuke looked at his friend with a smile. While he knew that Izuku must have been through a rough patch before meeting them, he wished that he expressed his feelings a little more. Just talk to her when you're ready, but I also say do it soon. After all those emotions built up by the both of you will come out and it will end in a fight, trust me, Josuke said. Izuku looked a little confused by Josuke's advice. It was almost as if something similar had happened to him. Josuke, did something like that happen to you? Izuku asked. Josuke nodded. Yep, he replied. I wasn't much of a good guy before meeting the others. I was a bit of a troublemaker, which caused me and a longtime friend to have an argument that lasted for a while, and eventually, all my anger came out. I said some things that I regret. I wanted to apologize but they transferred to another school and I haven't seen or spoken to them since, Josuke finished. I'm sorry, Izuku told Josuke. Josuke just shook his head and smiled. Don't worry about it, he said. I've accepted that it's one of those regrets that I won't be able to make up for, he said. But, I won't know unless I try, right? Josuke told him with a sly grin. Izuku realized where he was going with this and would admit that his friend made a very good point. Right, Izuku replied. I'll try, Josuke, Izuku told him. Josuke gave him a wide smile. Good, he said. Now go get your tent set up before you get a bad spot. Ah, right, Izuku said as he grabbed his stuff and looked for a spot to set up. Josuke smiled before turning back to the direction of the city. Even if he couldn't see it due to the mountains, he still knew where it was. I hope you're doing okay, Ibara, Josuke said with a smile. With that, he turned away from the direction of the city and joined the others in setting up his stuff after he found a decent spot to put his tent at. As he set up, he thought about taking his own advice and trying to get back in touch with Ibara. He hoped that he could be forgiven for how he acted in the past. After everyone set up, Monoma decided that it was time to train, and while Kimihito and Kanao complained, they came around to the idea. However, training was different this time. Monoma would be sparing with Josuke until the other gave up, while Izuku was facing up against Kanao, who was going to be using her quirk, so his objective was to dodge her attacks without his greatsword. Meanwhile, Toru was supposed to sneak up and attack Kimihito. Meanwhile, Mei was testing out her new gadgets, and after at least an hour they would take a break and then resume and switch partners. As the training started, Izuku dodged Kanao's attacks with ease at first, but as she started using both hands and sped up her movements, and it became a little harder to dodge. He first got hit in his left lower side, then after a few minutes of dodging he was tripped as Kanao swept her leg under his. Meanwhile, Josuke was holding his own against Monoma, but Monoma seemed to have the upper hand, which Izuku would admit was impressive, because Monoma won most of the fights he had with them. As for Toru and Kimihito, half of the time, Toru managed to sneak up on Kimihito and pin him or attack him, but the other half of the time, Kimihito would be able to block her attack back, and force her to deactivate her quirk. After a while, an hour had passed and they all took a break, and then they all drank some water while also pouring a little bit of it over their heads to cool themselves off. Kimihito looked at his phone and saw the time. Man, it's already 5. He said. Time really does fly by out here. Toru nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, we should go and collect some branched for a fire, she said. A fire in summer? Mei asked. Isn't hot out here already? During the day it's warm, but trust me, it gets pretty chilly out here during the night, she told them. Josuke nodded. Then we'll make a fire, but who's going to get the wood? He asked. I will, Toru said. But who's going with you? Josuke said. Someone needs to help you, he said. I will, Izuku chimed in. Toru looked at him with a bit of a glare. No, you just. He'll go with you, Monoma said. Toru turned around and gave Monoma a hurt look, but. Monoma shook his head. No buts, Toru, Izuku's going with you, you need the help, he told her. Toru growled and turned away from him quickly and walked off. Izuku watched as she stormed off and he looked over to Monoma who just gave him a nod, and then Izuku turned to Josuke, who was giving him a smile. Now's your chance, man, he said. Izuku sighed and went after her to help her look for wood to use for the fire while he was going to try and talk to her about her recent behavior towards him. He just hoped this wouldn't backfire in his face. As Toru was walking into the forest she couldn't help but rant angrily inside her head. Why do I have to be stuck with him? Why does someone so freaking useless have to help me? She yelled internally. As they entered the forest, and they were picking up broken branches and twigs along the forest floor, Izuku looked over at Toru many times, and she looked back at him a few times with an annoyed and angry look. Then there was the silence. Neither of them spoke the entire time as they picked up twigs and branches, and it was really awkward for him. However, what was worse to Izuku was how she looked at him. Her glare and the anger and annoyance in her eyes reminded him of his old schoolmates. He remembered how disgusted and annoyed some of them looked at him, and the heated glares of Catch of Bakugo. It reminded him that he was still a freak with no quirk, that he was weak, that he was Deku, useless. However, if he wanted that to stop, he needed to figure out why she was mad. He looked over at her and took in a deep breath before letting it out and deciding to talk to her. Toru, he called out. Toru didn't answer back. Toru, I know that you're angry with me, and if I had to guess, it was because of what happened with the villain and with Monoma, he said. Toru still didn't answer back. I know that you're angry with me because I couldn't do anything. I know I didn't do much, I was useless the whole fight, and I hate that I couldn't do anything and Monoma nearly got killed because I wasn't strong enough, and I can understand why you hate me, Izuku said, cause it's the same reason I hate myself. Hearing the beginning, she felt like she could unleash her anger and hatred on the boy, but then when he spoke the last part, she stopped. She turned to look at him finally and saw the pain and sorrow on Izuku's face. You already know I'm quirkless, but I was bullied for it, Izuku said as he looked at her. I was always made fun of and called names, like useless or weak, and I was treated like a freak and hated. I never fought back and I began to believe their worlds, and even now, despite how far I've come, I still believe them. He said. Don't, she said. Izuku was surprised by what she said and saw her face. Her glare was gone, there wasn't any anger or annoyance, instead, she looked at him with a bit of a sad expression. Huh, Izuku asked. Don't apologize, Toru said. Izuku was still confused, but Toru set her branches and twigs down and walked over to him, and Izuku was surprised by how close she got. I'm sorry for being unfair, Izuku, Toru told him. Unfair? Izuku asked. Toru nodded. I'll admit, I was angry at you for what happened with the villain, but I think I realized that I was more afraid and scared about Monoma and what might have happened to him, and I took that out on you. I was even a bit jealous of you because in a short amount of time you and Monoma have grown closer, she told him. I don't hate you, Izuku, and I don't think you're useless like you believe. In a short amount of time you've gotten a lot stronger than most of us because you were very dedicated to fulfilling your dream, Toru said. Izuku was stunned by how this was resolved, but moreover, he was more surprised by her words. It really hit him. He had known that the others did believe in him, but hearing it from Toru, who he believed had come to hate him, made him feel a lot better. Thank you, Toru, and please, don't feel unfair. I now understand completely why you'd be upset with me, and if I was in your shoes, I may have done the same. You would? She asked. Izuku nodded bashfully. Yeah, I mean if it was someone I liked a lot, I'd be angry as well, he said with a bit of a smile. Hearing this, Toru's face blushed. Wait. What do you mean? Toru asked. Izuku was a bit confused, but answered her anyway. You like Monoma, don't you? He asked. Toru felt so embarrassed. As she covered her face, is it that obvious? She cried. Sort of, he said with an awkward smile. I mean, I see how much you care for him and how close you are to him when you talk and hang out, he said. Ooh, this is so embarrassing, Toru cried. Izuku backed up and smiled. I'm sorry if I woe. Izuku had tripped over a rock and fell backward into a bush, but not just any bush, a thorn bush. Hearing him cry out, Toru took her hands away from her face and saw Izuku deep into the bush and looked in shock. Ah, Izuku, are you okay? Toru asked him. Help me, Izuku croaked out. Ow, Izuku cried. Just a few more minutes and I should have these thorns out, Toru said. Thankfully, she had helped him out of the thorn bush and brought him back to the camp where she gave them the wood for the fire and the others handed her a pair of tweezers to help take out the thorns and also bandaged him up. It was getting dark now and the others had started the fire and sat around it talking. Thanks, Izuku said. Toru smiled. It's the least I can do, Izuku. I still feel terrible for how I acted toward you, Toru told him. As I said, it's okay, Izuku said. Toru nodded and continued taking out the thorns. Izuku looked back at her for a bit and then turned back to the fire and saw the others smiling and laughing, which made him smile. Some view, huh? Izuku asked. Toru looked at him with a confused look. Huh? She asked him. Josuke wants to become a hero, but the way he talks about his mom's dojo, I think he really wants to train others and be a teacher. He's good at it, Izuku began. As for Kimihito, he's a bit silly, and while he says he wants to be a hero as well, I've seen how much he loves to read, and even talks to me about how he wanted to write as a kid. Kanao's family owns a restaurant and I've seen her lunch and some of the cuts on her fingers. I think she wants to be a cook and maybe even create her own restaurant one day. Everyone wants to be a hero at our age, but they also have their own hopes and dreams that they truly want to fulfill. Toru kept listening to him as she pulled out more thorns and looked at him, letting his words sink in. Looking at them all from here, I almost think I can see their hopes and dreams flickering with the flames, Izuku said with a smile. Toru finished and finally looked over at the fire and saw the others logging and smiling, and she saw how happy they were, how free they appeared to be in the moment. And in that moment, she saw what Izuku saw. She saw all of her friends' hopes and dreams in the light of the flames, in their smiles. It made her smile as well. Like a bonfire of dreams, she said. Izuku chuckled and smiled as he turned to look at Toru. Well, that was poetic. Sounded like you were a princess for a second there, he said. Toru slightly blushed when she heard that, but she pouted as she looked at him. Don't say something like that, she cried, but she calmed down and smiled at him. But I get it. It's like everyone has their own little light or fire that they bring to this little group of ours. Izuku nodded, and to make sure that the weaker flames don't die out, others toss their own flames into the biggest fire that in turn helps their flames stay alive. And I think that big fire that we toss out flames into to stay alive, that's Monoma, he told her. Toru nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's him, Toru said with a soft smile. I wish I could be like him, Izuku said softly. You say something, Izuku? Toru asked. Izuku shook his head and smiled. Nothing, he said. He then turned back to the bonfire and watched the flames dance. While he could see everyone else's dream, he couldn't see his own, nothing at all. He finished. It was in the dead of night and a man caped in a black cloak looked over the lush forest. He scanned the forest and sniffed the air. One's here, he said. I know that there's one here. He then moved away from his spot and slowly began to search the forest for whatever it was he was looking for. Currently, the group of friends was exploring the woods after helping Toru's aunt load up hay bales all morning. But before exploring, Toru's aunt gave them some advice about where they should go, and where not to, though, the most exciting thing they learned was that 20 or so miles away from the farm, the four-maned hero team known as the Wild Pussycats lived at their base of operations, and while the idea of meeting them excited Izuku, there was no way he was walking 20 miles to get there. As they were walking through the forest, they saw some pretty cool things. Mei spotted a hawk with her goggles, Kanao saw a deer, and Kimihito found a beetle which he scared Toru with. As they continued to explore the woods, they came across a river, which was flowing pretty calmly, and despite the heat, they weren't going to cross it to explore more parts of the forest. Instead, they walked alongside it, and thankfully, May marked where they had turned so that way it was easier to get back to the farm. Monoma and Izuku were walking ahead of the others, who were either talking, like Toru and May, or just trying to skip rocks across the river. As they were walking, Monoma turned to Izuku with a smile. "It's a beautiful day, huh?" Monoma asked. Izuku nodded. "Yeah," he replied. "It's not every day we get to explore the woods," Izuku said. "Well, we do live in a city, Izuku," Monoma said with a chuckle. Izuku chuckled as well. Okay, got me there, but still. "It is really nice out today," Izuku said. Monoma agreed with a nod. "Izuku, there's something that's been eating at me, something that's been troubling me." "What is it?" Yuku asked. "Well, what kind of hero do you want to be?" Monoma asked. "Huh?" Izuku asked, turning to his friend with a raised brow. "What kind of a hero do you want to be, Izuku?" Monoma asked again. "I want to be a hero who can smile no matter what happens, even when fighting the worst of the worst, but also put a smile on the people who need one. I want to be a symbol of peace, just like All Might." "And that's it," Monoma said. "That's what's been bothering me, Izuku." "What?" Izuku asked. "What do you mean? How is the kind of hero I want to be bothering you?" Izuku asked, his tone a mix of hurt and anger. "It bothers me because all it is living in a shadow. Listen to me, I respect All Might, I even look up to him in a way, but I don't want to be him, and I don't think anyone should try to be like him, because all someone will be doing is living in his shadow," Monoma told Izuku. "Listen Izuku, all of us here, we want to be heroes, we dream of it, and we're all driven to pursue it, but it just seems like your dream is what everyone else wants." "What do you mean?" Izuku asked. "Izuku, everyone dreams about being the next symbol of peace and holding the title of number one, even if they don't realize it. Everyone dreams about being in All Might's seat or dreams of becoming him. Your dream is like everyone else's who wants to be a hero." Monoma said. "We all live and die by our dreams, Izuku. But it's important to know whether our dreams are our own or our dreams are the product of what we wish we were. A true hero doesn't live by the dream of becoming the same person he idols or following in the footsteps of his idol, which will only lead to living in shadows. A true hero must have his own dream, a dream of who he wants to be without living in the shadows of another or those that came before him. A hero must have his own reason for becoming a hero, for fighting, for living. They should put their heart and soul into protecting and making sure their dream becomes a reality. They should never hesitate to defend their dream, and they should never be afraid to reach the dream no matter the cost. Izuku, what you want to be, you'll just be living in a shadow like those who want the same thing. Don't live in shadows, Izuku, take it from someone who knows." 1. Izuku took in his words and really didn't know how to feel. He wanted to argue with Monoma and tell him that he was wrong, that not everyone wants to be like All Might or be in the number one seat, but then again, how many were pinning for All Might's position? He knew Bakugo wanted to one day take All Might's place. It was also very clear from all the news and articles as well as videos, that Endeavor was after All Might's position and no doubt was the closest to achieving it. So was his dream of being number one, of being like All Might, really all that special? Was it really his own dream? Izuku remembered the night he and Toru had made up, where they also talked about dreams for a moment. Most of them in the group wants to become heroes, but he remembered they all had their own individual dreams. Josuke wants to train others and be a teacher. Kimihito wanted to write. Kanao wants to be a cook and maybe even create her own restaurant one day. May wants to open a support shop for heroes. And Toru, actually, he didn't know what Toru's dream was, but he was sure that just like everyone, she too had her own hopes and dreams that she truly wanted to fulfill. But what about him? His dream of becoming like All Might was born out of admiration but also out of selfishness. He wanted to prove that he, a quirkless and powerless nobody, could be something greater than them. Yet, he never thought about training in any type of combat, never actually thought about doing anything in order to achieve his dream. All he did was say it, and believe that once he got to UA, he would automatically make it into the hero course. But that's not how the real world worked, and it took his new friends to realize that. It took the words and actions of his friends and Monoma to realize that if he stayed back at his old middle school, if he stayed under the tyranny of Bakugo's actions, he would never have made it to UA. he would have never trained in swordsmanship to become a hero, he never realized that his only dream was to be a copy of All Might. Did he have his own dream that he wanted to fulfill? A goal that he would stop and nothing to achieve? He shook his head and pushed those thoughts away for now. Izuku turned to Monoma with a questioned look. Then what about you, Monoma? What kind of hero do you want to be? Izuku asked. Monoma didn't turn to him, but Izuku could tell he was thinking about it. I want to be a hero who does not rely on his singular power, but instead a type of hero who relies on those with him when he fights, Monoma told him. Most heroes want to climb to the top alone, achieve greatness by themselves, even those with agencies have such a mentality, but I want to be a hero who helps those around him grow stronger and in turn grow stronger from them as well, like that saying in the West, one for all, and all for one. Right, Monoma said with a chuckle as he turned to Izuku. Izuku looked at him and smiled and nodded. Yeah, that's it, Izuku said. But that's not all. I want to create a peaceful and perfect country, Monoma said, a world where people don't have to suffer or hate, because what do things like that do? It just restarts the cycle of suffering and hatred, and thus villains and criminals are born, sometimes because of events that are out of their control. I want and will achieve a country full of peace because no one should suffer anything that blackens their hearts. Izuku smiled at his friend's dream, a dream that sounded better than his. That sounds like a really great dream, Monoma, Izuku said, a great dream. For the rest of that afternoon, Izuku's mind and heart were in turmoil, for he was now questioning his dream, wondering if that was really his dream. It was morning and Izuku began to stir in his sleeping bag before he wiggled his way out of it and then waited till he was more awake to exit his tent. Once he did, he saw Toru's aunt walking over to their campsite, and when Izuku saw her, he gave her a small wave. Hello ma'am, Izuku greeted with a groggy tone. Ah, hello there, Izuku, she greeted back, and what have I said about all that, ma'am, stuff, Right, Izuku said with a bashful face. Good morning, Mrs. Makino. Wrong again, she said with a sing-song tone. Ah, good morning, Auntie Luca, Izuku said. Luca Makino is a middle-aged woman who has long brown hair that is parted down the middle, though she often allows a single lock of it to fall across her face and to one side of her nose, light brown eyes, and always had a soft smile on her face. She wore a light green flannel shirt with a pair of navy blue skinny jeans and a pair of brown Chelsea boots. There we go, she said. So, what are doing up so early? She asked him. I don't know, just guess it was time to wake up, Izuku replied. What are you doing over here? Well, I was here to wake up Toru to see if she wanted to come into town with me to help with a few errands, Luca told him. Ah, sounds pretty good, Izuku said. Do you need more help? Izuku asked her. Luca thought about it. Now that I think about it, I could use some extra muscle loading a few things on and off the truck. Sounds good, Izuku said. Let me get ready while you wake up Toru, Izuku told her. Luca nodded and went over to Toru's tent to wake her up while Izuku quickly went back into his tent and quickly changed his clothes and put on his socks and shoes. He wore a black short-sleeved t-shirt, a pair of black cargo shorts, and his usual red high-top shoes. Toru came out of her tent and saw Izuku. What are you doing? She asked. I woke up when your aunt was gonna wake you. She told me that you and she were going into town to run a few errands, so I offered to help. Oh, all right then, Toru said with a smile. With that, the two went over to meet up with her aunt and saw her waiting at her truck, and Izuku and Toru quickly got in Luca's truck and she pulled out of her driveway, and then drove down the road and made their way to town. And finally, after a 20-minute drive, they arrived at the small town, and Luca parked her truck in front of a convenience store for her first errand. And she then turned to Toru and gave Toru her own credit card, and then handed her a list. Take this and get what's on the list, and bring it to the truck. The store you needed to go to is also on the list, Luca said. Most of the stuff I have is getting sold here, so just head back here. Alright, let's go Izuku, Toru said. She and Izuku made their way to the store as Luca walked into the store, no doubt going to ask for help from the person she was selling to. As Izuku and Toru made their way to the store, Izuku's mind was brought back to his conversation with Monoma, and his mood quickly went south as he felt a conflict within himself once again. Toru looked over at him, hoping to strike up a conversation, but when she saw his face, she saw the conflict written on it. "You okay?" she asked. Izuku let out a sigh before he looked over at her. What's your dream, Toru?" Izuku asked. "My dream?" she asked him. Izuku nodded. "Yeah," he said, "and I'm not just talking about becoming a hero, but what is your biggest dream?" Toru thought hard about what she really wanted. Besides being a hero, what was her real dream? She thought about her family, the friends she had made, the people she's met. She thought about all the joyous moments she had shared with both her family and her friends. And that's when she thought about the future, going to UA, becoming heroes alongside her friends, saving lives, getting married, having kids, growing old, everything that she imagined. It made her smile. That's when it hit her. She realized what her dream was. "My dream? Well, it's not really an amazing dream, but I think it's a dream that I can say I really want to make happen," Toru told him. "What is it?" Izuku asked. "To live a long and good life," Toru said with a soft smile. "It's a simple dream, but I want to live a life that had meaning in it. Part of it is becoming a hero, but for the most part of it is just living a life where I and my friends can smile, where I can get married and grow old with the one I love. A good and long life," she told him. Izuku couldn't help but find her dream just as equally amazing as Monoma's. It was a good dream to have, and one to strive for, one that he could also want. But he was still confused about his dream. Should he just stick to the one he always thought was the one he wanted? Should he have one just as grand as Monoma? Should he have a dream just as beautiful and peaceful as Toru? What kind of dream should he have? "You all have amazing dreams," Izuku said, "but I don't know what kind of dream I have." Toru was a bit confused by what he was saying. "What do you mean?" "I don't know what my dream is anymore," Izuku told her. "I thought I did, but I think that I've come to realize that it might not be my real dream, but just something that I wanted to prove to others, and now that I realize that, I've become a little lost," Izuku finished. "So, what are you going to do?" Toru asked, looking a little concerned. Izuku sighed and shook his head a little. "I don't know yet," Izuku told her. Toru put her hand on his shoulder to reassure him. "Do whatever you have to do, Izuku. If you need time, take your time to figure out what your dream is, but remember that we will always be here for you," Toru said. Izuku nodded as a smile slowly formed on his face, and Toru gave him a bright smile as they continued to walk to the store. Izuku looked at Toru and smiled, and his thoughts then drifted to the rest of his friend. "That's right, I'm not alone anymore. I have people to help me and believe in me," Izuku thought. "But I think that this, my dream, I need to figure it out on my own. And I need to do it no matter what," Izuku thought. It was late at night, and Izuku lay down in his sleeping bag resting from the day. He had gone through extreme training today, facing off against both Josuke and Kimihito at the same time, wanting to both push himself and train for a 1v2 situation for the future, so he was a little sore almost everywhere. Not only that, he had pushed himself farther during his physical exercises, running farther than he was used to, moving and carrying more than he also used to. As he was laying down, he looked up to the point of the tent and began thinking over the events that had transpired during his time here. He remembered Josuke giving him advice about talking with Toru when they arrived at the farm after what happened back in the city. "You should talk to her." Izuku jumped a little as he turned around only to see Josuke behind him. Seeing that it was him, Izuku let out a sigh of relief. "Don't sneak up on me like that, Josuke," Izuku said. Josuke chuckled. "Sorry," he said. "Anyway, you should talk to her." "Who? You know who?" Izuku shook his head. "I would, but I can't, and besides, it's my fault anyway," he said. "She's been ignoring me ever since I got out of the hospital, and it's not like one conversation with her is going to make her be less angry with me," Izuku said. Josuke shrugged. "Who knows, but you could try," Josuke said. "Maybe," Izuku replied. Josuke looked at his friend with a smile. While he knew that Izuku must have been through a rough patch before meeting them, he wished that he expressed his feelings a little more. "Just talk to her when you're ready, but I also say do it soon. After all those emotions built up by the both of you will come out and it will end in a fight, trust me," Josuke said. Izuku looked a little confused by Josuke's advice. It was almost as if something similar had happened to him. Josuke. Did something like that happen to you? Izuku asked. Josuke nodded. Yep, he replied. I wasn't much of a good guy before meeting the others. I was a bit of a troublemaker, which caused me and a longtime friend to have an argument that lasted for a while, and eventually, all my anger came out. I said some things that I regret. I wanted to apologize, but they transferred to another school and I haven't seen or spoken to them since, Josuke finished. I'm sorry, Izuku told Josuke. Josuke just shook his head and smiled. Don't worry about it, he said. I've accepted that it's one of those regrets that I won't be able to make up for, he said. But, I won't know unless I try, right? Josuke told him with a sly grin. Izuku realized where he was going with this and would admit that his friend made a very good point. Right, Izuku replied. I'll try, Josuke, Izuku told him. Josuke gave him a wide smile. Good, he said. Now go get your tent set up before you get a bad spot. Ah, right, Izuku said as he grabbed his stuff and looked for a spot to set up. Then the conversation he had with Toru while apologizing for his inability to help Monoma during the villain attack. Toru, he called out. Toru didn't answer back. Toru, I know that you're angry with me, and if I had to guess, it was because of what happened with the villain and with Monoma, he said. Toru still didn't answer back. I know that you're angry with me because I couldn't do anything. I know I didn't do much, I was useless the whole fight, and I hate that I couldn't do anything and Monoma nearly got killed because I wasn't strong enough, and I can understand why you hate me, Izuku said, cause it's the same reason I hate myself. Hearing the beginning, she felt like she could unleash her anger and hatred on the boy, but then when he spoke the last part, she stopped. She turned to look at him finally and saw the pain and sorrow on Izuku's face. You already know I'm quirkless, but I was bullied for it, Izuku said as he looked at her. I was always made fun of and called names, like useless or weak, and I was treated like a freak and hated. I never fought back and I began to believe their worlds, and even now, despite how far I've come, I still believe them. He said. Don't, she said. Izuku was surprised by what she said and saw her face. Her glare was gone, there wasn't any anger or annoyance, instead, she looked at him with a bit of a sad expression. Huh, Izuku asked. Don't apologize, Toru said. Izuku was still confused, but Toru set her branches and twigs down and walked over to him, and Izuku was surprised by how close she got. I'm sorry for being unfair, Izuku, Toru told him. Unfair? Izuku asked. Toru nodded. I'll admit, I was angry at you for what happened with the villain, but I think I realized that I was more afraid and scared about Monoma and what might have happened to him, and I took that out on you. I was even a bit jealous of you because in a short amount of time you and Monoma have grown closer, she told him. I don't hate you, Izuku, and I don't think you're useless like you believe. In a short amount of time you've gotten a lot stronger than most of us because you were very dedicated to fulfilling your dream, Toru said. Izuku was stunned by how this was resolved, but moreover, he was more surprised by her words. It really hit him. He had known that the others did believe in him, but hearing it from Toru, who he believed had come to hate him, made him feel a lot better. Thank you, Toru, and please, don't feel unfair. I now understand completely why you'd be upset with me, and if I was in your shoes, I may have done the same, Izuku told her. Then the other conversation that same day with Toru while she was helping get all the thorns out of his back, where he truly began to question his own dream and where his admiration for Monoma grew more, due to his own dream. Izuku looked back at her for a bit and then turned back to the fire and saw the others smiling and laughing, which made him smile. Some view, huh? Izuku asked. Toru looked at him with a confused look. Huh? She asked him. Josuke wants to become a hero, but the way he talks about his mom's dojo, I think he really wants to train others and be a teacher. He's good at it, Izuku began. As for Kimihito, he's a bit silly, and while he says he wants to be a hero as well, I've seen how much he loves to read, and even talks to me about how he wanted to write as a kid. Kanao's family owns a restaurant and I've seen her lunch and some of the cuts on her fingers. I think she wants to be a cook and maybe even create her own restaurant one day. Everyone wants to be a hero at our age, but they also have their own hopes and dreams that they truly want to fulfill. Toru kept listening to him as she pulled out more thorns and looked at him, letting his words sink in. Looking at them all from here, I almost think I can see their hopes and dreams flickering with the flames," Izuku said with a smile. Toru finished and finally looked over at the fire and saw the others laughing and smiling, and she saw how happy they were, how free they appeared to be in the moment. And in that moment, she saw what Izuku saw. She saw all of her friends' hopes and dreams in the light of the flames, in their smiles. It made her smile as well. "Like a bonfire of dreams," she said. Izuku chuckled and smiled as he turned to look at Toru. "Well, that was poetic. Sounded like you were something of a princess for a second there," he said. Toru slightly blushed when she heard that, but she pouted as she looked at him. "Don't say something like that," she cried, but she calmed down and smiled at him. "But I get it. It's like everyone has their own little light or fire that they bring to this little group of ours." Izuku nodded, and to make sure that the weaker flames don't die out, others toss their own flames into the biggest fire that in turn helps their flames stay alive. "And I think that big fire that we toss out flames into to stay alive, that's Monoma," he told her. Toru nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that's him," Toru said with a soft smile. "I wish I could be like him," Izuku said softly. "You say something, Izuku?" Toru asked. Izuku shook his head and smiled. "Nothing," he said. He then turned back to the bonfire and watched the flames dance. While he could see everyone else's dream, he couldn't see his own, nothing at all. He finished. Finally, he remembered the conversation he had with Monoma a few days ago about his own dream and goals, as well as talking about Monoma's own dreams. "Izuku, there's something that's been eating at me, something that's been troubling me." "What is it?" Izuku asked. "Well, what kind of hero do you want to be?" Monoma asked. "Huh?" Izuku asked, turning to his friend with a raised brow. "What kind of a hero do you want to be, Izuku?" Monoma asked again. "I want to be a hero who can smile no matter what happens, even when fighting the worst of the worst, but also put a smile on the people who need one. I want to be a symbol of peace, just like All Might." "And that's it," Monoma said. "That's what's been bothering me, Izuku." "What?" Izuku asked. "What do you mean? How is the kind of hero I want to be bothering you?" Izuku asked, his tone a mix of hurt and anger. "It bothers me because all it is living in a shadow. Listen to me, I respect All Might, I even look up to him in a way, but I don't want to be him, and I don't think anyone should try to be like him, because all someone will be doing is living in his shadow." Monoma told Izuku. "Listen, Izuku, all of us here, we want to be heroes, we dream of it, and we're all driven to pursue it, but it just seems like your dream is what everyone else wants." "What do you mean?" Izuku asked. "Izuku, everyone dreams about being the next symbol of peace and holding the title of number one, even if they don't realize it. Everyone dreams about being in All Might's seat or dreams of becoming him. Your dream is like everyone else's who wants to be a hero." Monoma said. "We all live and die by our dreams, Izuku. But it's important to know whether our dreams are our own or our dreams are the product of what we wish we were. A true hero doesn't live by the dream of becoming the same person he idols or following in the footsteps of his idol, which will only lead to living in shadows. A true hero must have his own dream, a dream of who he wants to be without living in the shadows of another or those that came before him. A hero must have his own reason for becoming a hero, for fighting, for living. They should put their heart and soul into protecting and making sure their dream becomes a reality. They should never hesitate to defend their dream, and they should never be afraid to reach the dream no matter the cost. Izuku, what you want to be, you'll just be living in a shadow like those who want the same thing. Don't live in shadows, Izuku, take it from someone who knows." Izuku had taken in everything that had happened, and the things that had recently changed him and made him think. Was his dream of being number one, of being like All Might, really all that special? Did he actually have any sort of dreams or goals for the future? Was he going to keep being in the shadow of his idol? Was he going to break free? What was he going to do? Izuku thought hard about it. He had all this time to figure out what he was going to do in order to figure out his dream, what he was going to do to break free from the shadows that surrounded him. After a while, and after weighing out options to figure out what he was going to do, he eventually figured something out, an idea of what he was going to do in order to find himself and his dream, but he knew it was not going to be easy, nor were the others probably going to like it, which is why he needed advice, and then completely he just needed to think it over. So he unzipped his sleeping bag, got out of his tent, and made his way to another tent. Once Izuku made his way to the tent, he unzipped it and looked inside. Josuke, can we taaaaa? Oh my god. The sight Izuku had walked in on was an unexpected one. Josuke was kneeling over Kanao. Both were only inches away from the other, but both were looking at him like a deer in headlights. I'll just come back, Izuku said as he was about to close the tent and walk away. Wait, Izuku, don't go. We were just finishing up, came Kanao's voice. Right, Josuke said. Izuku come back inside the tent and closed its flap behind him, and he sat in front of the two embarrassed teens. So, what's up? Josuke asked. Izuku took a few deep breaths and looked at Josuke. I think I'm going to be leaving the farm soon. What? Why? Kanao asked. Because, my time here on the farm, I think I've learned that my dream and my goals, as well as who I am. It's not really my dream or who I really am, and I want to find out who I really am, or at least, who I really want to be, Izuku told them. Monoma, Toru, Kimahito, Mei, and even you too. You all have goals and a dream for the future, and you know that's what you really want, but me. I don't know a damn thing about what my own dreams and goals are, nor who I am, which is why I need to leave. I need to do this for myself and by myself. Josuke looked at Izuku with a small smile. So, that's it, huh? Izuku nodded, and looked down, feeling a little ashamed. Yeah, that's it, Izuku said. Then go for it, Josuke told him. Izuku looked up at his friend in surprise, stunned that his friend would actually agree and go for it. Really? Izuku asked. Josuke nodded. Yeah, Josuke said with a small smile on his face. Izuku, I went through something similar before I met Monoma and the others, and I did it all on my own, which gave me time to think hard and figure myself out and what was wrong with me and what I could do to better myself and atone for my past actions. So when you just told me that you're going through the something similar, I won't tell you not to do it. I support you the entire way, Josuke told him with a soft smile on his face. Josuke's right, Kanao said. Everyone needs to do something in order to find themselves and figure out what they want for the future, and if this is what you have to do, then do it, and know that I will also support you. Izuku looked at them and a soft smile appeared on his face as he could feel tears form in his eyes as he looked down to hide his tears, but they knew why he looked down. Izuku was glad to have friends that understood and support him, something that he knew he had with them, but it still felt good to be reminded of it. Thank you, Izuku said with a bittersweet tone, both of you. Josuke and Kanao smiled, knowing that this is what Izuku needed to hear. Of course, Izuku, Josuke said. It's no problem, Kanao said with a smile. Izuku nodded and looked back at them. I'm still deciding on what I'm going to do, but thank you for supporting me if I decided to leave, he told them. Josuke and Kanao once again reassured him it was no problem, and with that, Izuku left the tent, and made his way back to his, and once he was back inside and snuggled back in his sleeping bag, he thought about what he was going to do, but in the end, he already knew what he was going to do. As the days pass on, their time at the farm was nearly over, but summer was not, and today, Izuku would be making his choice today. He packed everything as today was going to be his last day at the farm. He had already made arrangements to go home today, and with his resolve, he picked up his practice sword and walked over to the others. Specifically, he walked over to Monoma. Monoma, Izuku called out as he walked over and stood in front of said boy. Monoma turned to Izuku, as did the others, and when they saw Izuku he had a neutral expression on his face. No one knew what Izuku wanted, but when he raised up his practice sword and pointed it at Monoma, it became clear what he wanted. Today is my last day here. Before I go, I want a spar, Izuku told his friend. Now it was all clear. Izuku wanted to challenge Monoma, but the question was why. Izuku, what are you doing, man? Kimahito asked. I have to find my own dream and my own purpose. But I can't do it here, and not with you guys. I have to find out who I am and what my dream is, but first, I have to do this, Izuku told him. Monoma stepped forth and looked at Izuku, and when Toru saw his face, she saw a slight look of disappointment and sadness present on her crush's face. All right then, but how about this, Monoma began. If you lose, you stay with us. If you win, you're free to leave, Monoma said. Izuku nodded in agreement. Monoma hardened his face and he went to his tent to grab his practice sword. When he returned, he pointed it at Izuku and Izuku took a stance, ready to act. Toru looked at Josuke. Shouldn't we stop them? Toru asked. Josuke shook his head. No. This is something that needs to happen, Josuke told her. Needs to happen. But, Toru. Toru turned around only to see Kanao looking at her, Josuke's right. Toru was shocked. They were really going to let these two fight and possibly ruin their friendship. She turned back to the two boys only to see the setting sun illuminating them as it rose behind them. They stood there, looking at the others with a face devoid of emotion. In an instant, Monoma jumped forth and tried to jab Izuku with his sword, but Izuku stepped to the side and in quick succession, he knocked Monoma's sword down and quickly pointed the tip of his practice sword at Monoma's throat. Everyone was stunned. Izuku, in such a fluid movement, had disarmed and won against Monoma so fast that even Josuke himself was impressed. Izuku moved his sword away from Monoma's neck and the boy fell to his hands and knees as he was at a loss for words, looking down at the ground in disbelief. He had lost, which means he had lost Izuku. Izuku looked down at his friend and while this was just as hard for him, he still needed to push and carry on. I'm sorry Monoma, but I need to do this to seek out my own path and my own dream, Izuku said. And with that said, Izuku turned and went to grab his things and leave the farm. As he left to go pick his things up at his tent, Toru went over to Monoma to try and comfort him. She asked if he was okay but he didn't respond, worrying her. She then looked up to see Izuku walking toward the road and she wanted to stop him and yell at him for walking away from Monoma and the rest of them after all they did for him, and didn't even have the decency to say goodbye to them. But, another part of her, a much more logical side of her, held her back, telling her that he was not leaving them and being ungrateful. She then remembered the conversation she had with him only a few days ago. Toru looked over at him, hoping to strike up a conversation, but when she saw his face, she saw the conflict written on it. You okay? She asked. Izuku let out a sigh before he looked over at her. What's your dream, Toru? Izuku asked. My dream? She asked him. Izuku nodded. Yeah, he said, and I'm not just talking about becoming a hero but, what is your biggest dream? My dream? Well, it's not really an amazing dream, but I think it's a dream that I can say I really want to make happen, Toru told him. What is it? Izuku asked. To live a long and good life, Toru said with a soft smile. It's a simple dream, but I want to live a life that had meaning in it. Part of it is becoming a hero, but for the most part of it is just living a life where I and my friends can smile, where I can get married and grow old with the one I love. A good and long life, she told him. You all have amazing dreams, Izuku said, but I don't know what kind of dream I have. Toru was a bit confused by what he was saying. What do you mean? I don't know what my dream is anymore, Izuku told her. I thought I did but I think that I've come to realize that it might not be my real dream, but just something that I wanted to prove to others, and now that I realize that, I've become a little lost, Izuku finished. So, what are you going to do? Toru asked, looking a little concerned. Izuku sighed and shook his head a little. I don't know yet, Izuku told her. Toru put her hand on his shoulder to reassure him. Do whatever you have to do, Izuku. If you need time, take your time to figure out what your dream is, but remember that we will always be here for you, Toru said. And she quickly realized that Izuku had taken her advice, that Josuke and Kanao were right, and that this is what Izuku had to do in order to find his dream. As she watched him walk toward the road, she couldn't help but feel his heart aching. I see why you didn't say goodbye, Izuku. Because this isn't goodbye, Toru thought. See you later, Izuku. And when you come back, I hope you figured out your dream. 2 months later. Back in Musudafu, Izuku was walking back from the kendo dojo, his wooden sword strapped and sheathed behind him. Since he got back from the camp, Izuku had been training and bulking up non-stop. His sword skills had improved and he could even hold a much bulkier and larger version of his sword that was just as tall as him. He had even been testing his skills by going to different kendo dojos and fencing schools, and so far, he hadn't lost, Sure, there were a few bruises and sore arms and sides, but he hadn't lost yet. During all of this, he had found and realized a few things about himself. For one, he had found his confidence again. He didn't doubt himself as much as he once did, and he found his own sense of humor. He learned that he was actually quite the calm person, but he realized that thanks to his repressed emotion, mostly his anger, he sometimes in certain situations got angry really easy. He was able to keep in anger under wraps, but some things, like a few people from his old school still calling him Deku, did raise his anger, but nothing to the point where he would fight them. As for his dream, he was still figuring it out, but he felt like he was close. He just had this gut feeling that he was close, and he would find it. He just knew it. For the others, he hadn't really seen or hung out with them in a while. The people he mostly talked to in the group were Josuke and Kanao. From what he heard, they were doing okay and wished him the best, though Kimihito and Mei apparently missed him. Toru not so much, but also hoped he would come back. As for Monoma, from what he learned, Monoma has become more distant from them since they got back, worrying them, and it also worried him as well. He knew this had to be hard on Monoma. After all, they were close, they shared similar hopes and dreams, and some might differ, but they were close nonetheless. He wanted to go see them more than anything. They were his best friends, they had helped him train for his dream, and they shared some important things with each other, and he would be ready soon. School would be starting soon in a couple of days, which gave him time to figure his dream and then figure out a way to face them. He would find his dream soon, and he would rejoin his friends, help Monoma out of this depressive rut, and then help Monoma fulfill his dream. That was a promise he was going to keep. Elsewhere in Japan, Dr. Garaki got up from his chair and made his way to a small office, and once inside, he looked to see his boss, who just happened to be one of the most powerful supervillains of all time, a man not bound by time and a man whose mind rivaled the best of today, and who had connections that spanned all over the world. This man, if you could even call him that, was All For One, the most dangerous man alive over the past 100 years. Sir, I have splendid news, Dr. Garaki began. The new Nomu have reached their maximum mark. We have over 10 lower tier and middle tier Nomu, 25 upper tier Nomu, 15 near high-end Nomu, and 7 high-end, but that's not all. We finally created 4 god tier Nomu, one of which is me. All For One looked over to the doctor and smiled. I see, the god tier Nomus are good to hear. I assume that you did yourself before doing it to 2 others, correct? He asked. I did, sir, Dr. Garaki replied with a nod. Good, he said. Now, I assume that you're telling me all this because we're finally ready to proceed with another Eclipse Act, correct? All For One asked. Dr. Garaki nodded. Yes, sir, and I think that you'll be somewhat pleased to hear that this time the act will actually fall on an eclipse, a solar one, Dr. Garaki told him. All For One's smile grew. That is good to hear. After all, what kind of villains would we be if we didn't have presentation? All For One chuckled. Dr. Garaki smiled and nodded, agreeing with his boss. Have you located another Kanjomu egg? All For One asked. Dr. Garaki nodded once again. Yes, Dr. Garaki replied, but it's not just any Kanjomu, it's the Tenno Kanjomu. Hearing this, All For One's smile grew. Where is it? Somewhere in Musudafu City, Dr. Garaki told him. Hearing this, All For One smiled. Musudafu, you say? All For One asked. What do you know? I haven't been there in a long time, All For One said with a chuckle. With that, the doctor and the supervillain planned out this Eclipse Act, and whatever it was not something Japan nor our heroes would ever forget. Summer has finally come to an end, and it was Izuku's first day as a third-year student at Marikuru Middle School. He was wearing the uniform, his hand back hung from his side, and his sword strapped behind him. He looked at the school and smiled, and he was finally hoping to see his friends again, wondering who had arrived early or who might arrive late, and also what they were doing or talking about. However, just as Izuku stepped onto the school grounds, a sudden beam of red light shot from the roof of the school. He and some other students around him looked up at just how high the red beam was in the sky, and then suddenly, it began to expand into a dome-like shape, covering the school, and then more of the area. What is going on? Izuku asked as he looked around, as the dome expanded its radius. Izuku. Hearing his name being called out by a familiar voice, Izuku turned around to see Toru, along with Kanao, Kimahito and Josuke running behind her. "Guys!" Izuku cried. As they got closer to him, they looked at him with frantic and scared expressions. "Do you know what's going on?" Josuke asked. "No," Izuku cried. Suddenly, everything was dyed in red. They looked back to see the dome had encased everything, even the sky it seemed. What the hells is this?" Kimahito cried. He then turned to Josuke. "Guys, what the hell is going on? Did we all just die and go to hell?" he cried. "Shut up," Izuku yelled. Izuku turned back to the others, a small glare at them. "Don't think about what you can't understand, we need to calm down and come up with a plan." "All right," Kimahito cried. Toru looked at Izuku with wide eyes. She had never seen this side of him before. He was taking charge and trying to keep them all level-headed. However, she realized something that frightened her. "Ah, Izuku, did you see Monoma?" Toru asked. Izuku's eyes widened. "What? Monoma was here?" Izuku cried. Toru nodded. "He said he was here and was waiting on the roof for us." Toru said. "The roof?" Izuku thought with wide eyes, and he looked back up to the roof to see the beam of light nowhere, but he had a feeling that something was up there with Monoma, and that worried him. "If he's on the roof, we need to get there quick," Izuku cried. "The whole thing started from there," he cried. Toru gasped. "No," she cried. "Damn it," Josuke cried. Izuku pulled out his wooden greatsword and looked at the others. "Follow me." "Kanao, Kimahito, keep the back safe. You guys are the only two with offensive quirks." "Got it," Kanao replied. With a nod, Izuku and the others raced back to the roof, while others began to run away and try to leave the dome, but they couldn't pass through. Racing up through an empty school was easy. However, the entire way up to the roof, Izuku couldn't help but feel the sense of incoming danger. Nothing was happening yet. Someone trapped them, and probably hundreds or thousands of people in a red dome. "What the hell is going on?" Izuku thought. "Why is someone doing this? What are they planning?" Izuku kept asking himself. Finally, they arrived at the roof door, and with enough speed and strength, Izuku broke it open and arrived on the roof, the others following suit, and once they were all on the roof, Monoma was kneeling and he looked a little disheveled, but he was quite unmoving. "Monoma!" Toru cried. They all rushed over to him and looked over him, but when Izuku looked at his face, Monoma seemed to be in a sort of daze, and that's when Izuku then noticed something hanging from Monoma's hands, something he had long forgotten about, but now made his eyes widen in horror. It was that weird necklace of Monoma's. However, it was different. The shapes were now together and it formed a clear face, with deep yellow eyes that cried blood. "What is that? Why is it crying tears of blood? Its shape, it's changed," Izuku thought. Could it have been because of this? And that's when Izuku remembered what happened the day he and Monoma faced that villain. He remembered that the villain didn't kill Monoma because of the necklace. "I'll give you a warning, kid. If you believe this guy to be a true friend, and if you come to regard him as a brother, then know this. When his ambition crumbles, is when you will face your death. A death you can never escape." Izuku's eyes widened with horror. Is this what he meant? Izuku thought. "Guys, look," cried Josuke. This caught everyone's attention and they looked over to him, looking over the roof's railing, and Izuku, Kimahito, and Kanao went over to him and looked over the railing, and what they saw frightened them. Black portals were appearing, and coming out of them were monstrous things with exposed brains, and different colored skin. Some had eyes, some didn't, and some clearly had mutated quirks. "Where the hell did they come from?" Kimahito cried. Suddenly, a burst of blue flame appeared from behind them and in front of Toru and Monoma. Izuku ran back to them and prepared for a fight. The flames were doing something strange. Instead of spreading, they combined and took shape, before eventually forming into a young man, much to Izuku's shock. The young man had spiky white hair, wearing a white shirt under a black stitched-up looking coat, black torn pants, and black boots. A soft smile graced his lips and black. "Izuku, who is that?" Toru asked. Before Izuku could answer her, suddenly, flying up from behind the man was a large bat, and landed on the railing. However, the bat began to change form and began to turn into a girl around his age. On her top, she wore nothing but a long black mink coat, revealing inner side boob, while also exposing her stomach. As for her lower region, it was covered by tight black leather shorts. The girl's long blonde hair hung down from her head and strode down, onto the coat, no doubt reaching her back. In fact, it looked beautiful. Her sharp yellow cat-like eyes landed on Izuku, and she smiled a toothy grin, showing her sharp teeth. "Hello," she said. Another black portal appeared only to show a doctor walking out. However, he wasn't an average doctor as he had a black coat wrapped around him and a pair of red wings protruding from his back, and a pair of black goggles around his eyes. Finally, a tall man wearing a black business suit appeared. However, covering his face was a navy blue, skull-like gas mask with angular tubes at the top, a wide collar-like life support system around his neck with additional pipes connecting in the front and back, which presumably were to help him breathe. Who the hell are they? Josuke asked in a hushed tone. Izuku looked in horror as he saw the four individuals before him. An immense sense of dread began to fear him, but he gripped his sword tighter and tried to stay calm. "Who are you?" Izuku asked. "Why are you here?" The man in the business suit stepped forward and looked at Izuku. "Why, my dear boy, isn't it obvious?" he asked, his tone full of amusement. "I am a villain." That didn't surprise Izuku, but Izuku had a feeling deep within him that the man before him and the others with him were no ordinary villains. This man gave off the feeling of despair, darkness, and pure terror. To Izuku, this man wasn't a villain. Hell, he wasn't even human. This man and those with him were devils. "But if you really desire to know who I am known as All for One," All for One said. "With me are Dabi, Toga, Garaki, and Tomaru," he said. Wait, he named four, but there's only three behind him. Izuku thought, "Where's the fourth?" Izuku asked. Suddenly, loud screaming was coming from all around them. They also heard the sound of screeching and roaring. They all turned their heads to hear the blood-curdling screams of others and a chill went down their spines. Ah, young Tomaru must have begun his attack. Hopefully, most of those Nomu hold up against all of those civilians, All for One said with a chuckle. Izuku growled and looked at All for One with a glare. "What are you doing here? Why are you doing all of this?" Izuku cried. "You see, we are here because it's time for a blessing," All for One said. "It is time for you to make your choice." Young Nito Monoma. They all were shocked and looked to Monoma, who was now looking at All for One. "Monoma," Toru called out. "What are they talking about, Monoma?" Josuke asked. All for One chuckled. "You are the chosen one. This time and place has been chosen. Just for you," he told Monoma. "You see, you and us, are the same, kindred spirits if you would." Izuku grew angry and he pulled out his knife and looked at the four. "Don't you play with us," he yelled. "You trap us in this place we have no clue about and spit this kind of nonsense." Josuke looked at Izuku, surprised by his outspokenness to the villains before him. Toru was also surprised. "Izuku. Kindred spirits. One and the same. Don't say stupid shit," Izuku cried. "Monoma is nothing like you or them. He's no villain, nor does he have the desire to be one," Izuku cried. Toga smiled and giggled. "Oh, he's a fighter," she said. "I wonder just how long a lil sacrifice like you will last," she finished as she licked her lips. "Sacrifice?" Kimahito asked in horror. Toga nodded. "Yes, if he wants to be like one of us, he must sacrifice those close to him," she told them. Garaki then flew above the kids. "From the moment the Tenno Kanjomu came into your hands you were qualified to become like us," Garaki told them. "No, perhaps it was all part of the law of causality that the Tenno Kanjomu fell into your hands," Garaki said. Dabi smiled. "So you see, you're all important sacrifices for Nito's rise to become like us," Dabi said. "We're," Kimahito began. "All," Josuke continued. "Sacrifices." Kanao finished. Toru grew angry, and glared at them. "Those monsters are going to change Monoma in exchange for our lives," she growled. "It's a little different," Toga told him. "This is his will, he's the one who offered you all up as sacrifices," she told them all. Izuku grew angrier as he didn't believe in Toga's words. That can't be," Izuku cried, preparing to charge and swing at the villain. "Everything is within the flow of causality," All for One announced. "It's time for him to make his choice." Suddenly, a black portal appeared behind the group, and with some sort of restraining quirk, Izuku, Toru, Josuke, Kanao, and Kimahito felt tied up, and with great force from another quirk, they were pushed back into the portal and they disappeared. Izuku and the others appeared out of another black portal only to land right in front of the school gates. Slowly, they got up, but as Toru got up, she looked at the ground to see that she had fallen into a puddle of blood. Her legs, skirt, and hands were covered in blood. Ah! Toru cried as she stood up. The others looked in terror as they looked around only to see the creatures attacking, killing, and chasing fellow students and civilians. Some were chewing on the parts of people, while some walked around, looking for their next victim. Dear God, Kanao muttered. Josuke looked around in horror. Is this what hell is? Josuke asked. Izuku looked around in horror at the chaos and terror that surrounded him and his friends. Monoma, is this really what you wished for? Izuku asked himself. Suddenly, one of the creatures turned to the group and let out a horrifying screech, and charged at them crawling on all fours like some sort of lizard. Izuku acted quickly and quickly stood in front of the monster and slammed his sword down on the head of the creature, smashing its brains and in the process killing it. Izuku turned to the others. Find what you can and prepare to fight. Izuku said. The others seemed to come out of their terrified daze and nodded, as they searched for whatever weapons they could find. The group found what they could: broken metal bars, a baseball bat, and their own quirks. Now, we need to get back to the roof and save Monoma. Izuku said. Good luck with that. Hearing a scratchy voice, the group turned around only to see a young man walking among the monsters, his face covered by a hand. The Nomu will easily crush you all like the rest of them, he said. Izuku glared at him, and then realized who this must be. This has to be that Tomaru person all for one was talking about. Izuku thought. You won't make it up there to save your friend. Don't you see all of this as fate? Tomaru cried. Izuku growled. You're wrong. Izuku cried. There's no so much thing as fate. It's just a word and a stupid belief. Tomaru laughed. That's where you're wrong. Don't you get it? Fate, destiny, it's all set. From the moment everything is born, isn't fate that it will die? Is it not the destiny of those who have the power to change the world for better or for worse? Don't you see? Everyone's fate has already been written. There is no changing it. So is the law of causality. Tomaru cried out with a peal of laughter. Izuku growled at the young man but then noticed that they were being surrounded by the creatures, or the Nomu as Tomaru called them. Izuku, Toru called out in fear. He saw his friends become frightened by the seemingly terrible odds that surrounded them, and while he felt slightly frightened, he felt anger burn through him more. It was like an untapped mine of oil waiting to burst out, and his grip on his greatsword tightened. Don't be afraid, Izuku told his friends, this is what we trained for. We fight through this and we get to Monoma. Tomaru smiled behind his hand mask and pointed at the group of teens. Kill them, he ordered. With those words, the Nomu charged in and the group of middle school students quickly rushed in, ready to kill the students, but Izuku wasn't going down without a fight, and he was sure the others were too. So when one Nomu was coming in, Izuku dodged its attack before putting all his force into his wooden sword. He stabbed the Nomu through the chin and through its head, damaging its brain. Surprising not just his friends, but also Tomaru. Izuku pulled his sword out from the Nomu's chin and looked over to Tomaru, a grin appearing on his face for some reason, channeling his inner Bakugo. Don't underestimate us, you bastard! Izuku cried. And with that, the bloodbath began, on both sides. Monoma looked at the villain, standing in front of him with his hand held out for the young teen to take. Tell me, young Monoma, will you take my hand and be given the power to fulfill your dream? Or will you refuse and be crushed like those around you? All for one asked. The power to fulfill my dream. Monoma asked himself. He then remembered what he told Izuku about his dream all those months ago. But that's not all. I want to create a peaceful and perfect country, Monoma said, a world where people don't have to suffer or hate, because what do things like that do? It just restarts the cycle of suffering and hatred, and thus villains and criminals are born, sometimes because of events that are out of their control. I want and will achieve a country full of peace because no one should suffer anything that blackens their hearts. Can I really fulfill my dream with the power given to me from a villain? Monoma asked himself. That sounds like a really great dream, Monoma, Izuku said, a great dream. And yet, you left us, you left me. Monoma thought. I've been meaning to ask, What hero school do you want to go to? Monoma asked. UA. Izuku answered quickly. I always wanted to go to UA, he said with a smile. Monoma smiled. Really? Does it have anything to do because All Might went there? Monoma teased. Izuku became embarrassed. Why yeah, it did, he said, but I don't want to go for that reason anymore. This intrigued Monoma. Really? He asked. And why is that? Because of you, Izuku said. Why you want to go to UA? We all do, but you inspired all of us here to train and work our quirks to the bone in order to get into the hero course, and even if Mei doesn't want to be a hero, you still inspire her to work on her inventions. You inspired me to become my own hero, Monoma, Izuku said. Monoma laughed a little and scratched the back of his head. Thank you, Izuku, that really means a lot, Monoma said, but without you guys, I don't think I could make it this far. You guys believe in me and that means a lot, but I want to know that I believe in you guys as well, no matter what. I believe in you guys no matter what, Monoma said. And I did believe in you all, you most Izuku. But without you or even the others, I felt useless. I felt that a piece of me was breaking away if any of you left. And a piece of me did when you left. Izuku, so why? Monoma began with a thought. Monoma. Hearing his name being called, Monoma turned to Izuku, and when they saw Izuku, the person who despite only knowing half of his school year, Monoma considered to be his best friend, he saw the hard expression on Izuku's face. At first, he had no idea what Izuku was doing, but that's when he saw Izuku raise his practice sword and point it at him, and for him, it became clear what Izuku wanted. Today is my last day here. Before I go, I want a spar, Izuku told his friend. Why? I have to find my own dream and my own purpose. Why? But I can't do it here, and not with you guys. I have to find out who I am and what my dream is. Why? Monoma stood there, looking at Izuku with a face devoid of emotion, thinking he could end this quickly. With a single through to Izuku's chest, he jumped forth and tried to jab Izuku, but he was not expecting Izuku to step to the side, and with quick and fluid motions, Izuku knocked his sword down, forcing the attack downward, but before he could try and attack again, he saw Izuku's sword pointed at his throat. He was shocked. He was terrified. Not because he had lost, because he knew this was it. Izuku was going to leave. He fell to his knees in utter defeat. I'm sorry Monoma, but I need to do this to seek out my own path and my own dream, Izuku said. Why did you leave me? Monoma asked himself. Can I truly not rely on anyone anymore? I thought that if I made friends, if I found love, I wouldn't be alone and scared anymore. He thought back to the friends he had made, the people who promised to follow him but who he felt were going to leave them. Toru, Josuke, Kanao, Mei, Kimahito, Izuku, can I truly rely on you? Monoma asked himself, or can I only rely on my dream? Yes, your dream, came a dark voice inside of him. Don't you want it to come true? I do, but I want my friends with me, Monoma said to himself. What good are they if they leave? Izuku left. It was only a matter of time before the others did too. The dark voice cried, we want to create a peaceful and perfect country. A world where people don't have to suffer as we did, or suffer under the same hate we experienced. Do you not want a world like that? I do, Monoma said. Say it. I want that world, Monoma cried. We don't need others. They'll only make us lose sight of our dream, cried the dark voice. Is that what you want? No, Monoma cried. Ma. Hearing that voice, Monoma turned to the roof's entrance only to see Izuku, his uniform in tatters, his wooden greatsword was broken, and blood stained his clothes and face. He looked ragged. Seeing him, Monoma softly smiled at him. Yes, out of everyone I've ever known, it was only you, Izuku, who made me forget my dream. Monoma stood up and looked at All for One, taking his hand. I want the power to fulfill my dreams, Monoma told him. Izuku's eyes widened with horror, but then anger quickly filled him. He gripped his broken wooden sword tighter, and while it couldn't be used like it used to, the broken ends were still sharp enough to stab. Izuku turned it around, ready to plunge it into Monoma's chest, and he charged in the teen he had once called his friend. Munuma. Izuku cried in anger as he charged at his old friend. He kept running but didn't even make it far as suddenly, Toga appeared in front of him and her fingers were now claw-like, and she went to jab him in the face, intending to impale him through the head, but Izuku stepped backward, trying to avoid what the teen girl had planned. But the damage was already done, as Izuku did manage to avoid the death part, but at the cost of his right eye. He fell back in pain as blood leaked out from his now damaged eye. "Ah!" Izuku cried out as he fell onto his back. "Ah, I missed him," Toga said, "but what skill to dodge such a quick attack." She said. "Monoma, what are you doing?" They all looked over to see Toru. She too looked disheveled, and while blood stained her clothes, they were not in tatters like Izuku's. Toru turned to see Izuku on the floor, crying in pain, but slowly began to sit up. "Monoma. Why are you doing this?" she cried as she ran at the blonde teen. Izuku raised his hand to stop her. "Toru. Don't," Izuku cried out. However, it was too late, as All for One stepped in front of her, raising his hand. A burst of air shot out of his hand and the sudden strong burst of air seemed to shoot through Toru's right side. Izuku looked in horror. "Toru." Izuku cried as he tried to get up only for Toru to slam him to the ground. Izuku now lay on his chest, witnessing the scene before him. Toru fell to her knees as blood fell from her mouth and tears from her eyes. She reached out to Monoma. No. Ma," she croaked out before falling down as blood leaked out. Izuku struggled to escape, but tears fell from his left eye, while blood continued to fall from his right, as he cried at the scene before him, seeing the state of his friend. Before more could be done to the green-haired teen, the dome began to crack. The four looked up, only to see the dome crack more as a man wearing pure black armor which looked like a black hound, broke through the dome. In his hand was a black buster sword that seemed impossible to pick up or even swing. He landed on the roof with ease, and acting quickly, he tried to cut down All for One, but the symbol of evil stopped the blade with ease but failed to notice the man's right hand become undone, showing off a cannon. Acting quickly, All for One grabbed Monoma, and backed away, just as it shot at him. The man then turned around and tried to swing at Toga, but the girl jumped up and flew away and off Izuku. All for One floated in the air, hanging onto Monoma, and when he saw the man, he chuckled with glee. "My, what a pleasant surprise, I was not expecting you to be here," All for One said. Garaki flew next to his leader. "What do we do now, sir?" he asked. "We leave," he said. "With the dome broken and with him in the armor here, I don't feel comfortable having such a fight now. It would be worse if All Might were to show his jinning mug." Garaki nodded, and appearing around the four individuals were more black portals then engulfed them and then disappeared. The man in the armor said nothing, as he sheathed his sword behind him, but he looked down to see Izuku and Toru. He quickly walked over to Toru and felt for a pulse. He then looked over to Izuku, only to see the boy looking at him with wide eyes. "Who are you?" Izuku asked in a painful tone. The man stood up and looked back at the teen, but said nothing as Izuku's vision began to blur, and then his world turned black. The event that took place at Marikoro Middle School and the large surrounding area around it would be known as the eclipse event, as one witness said that the red beam that formed the dorm eclipsed the sky. The death toll is said to be in the hundreds of thousands, and only 2 were said to be sole survivors. This would be known as one of the darkest days in Japan and hero history, and while the terror of that day had ended, the nightmare was far from over. His eyes shot open only to see a blinding white light in front of him. He quickly shut his eye, but slowly opened it, and his eye began to adjust. That's when he saw the ceiling light. Izuku then sat up and looked around only to see that he was in a hospital room. Izuku continued to look around, confused as to why he was here, only for him to then realize he could only see out of his left eye, and he began to panic only for the sudden flashes of images and cries. "It's got Kimahito. We have to save him. No, help me. Run. Keep running or else these things will surround us. Go ahead of us. Izuku and I will hold them off. Josuke. Go. Get out of here. No, not without you. Forget me. Save her. Please save her. Where's Josuke? Where is he? Izuku. We need to get out of here. Kanao. We need to leave. No, not without Josuke. He's dead. Kanao. No, he can't be. Kanao. Mono. Ma. I want the power to fulfill my dreams. Monoma. What are you doing? Monoma. What is? Why are you doing this? Chi Toru. Don't. Toru. Mo. No. Ma. Izuku gasped for air as the remembrance of the cries from friends hurt his head. His breath was ragged. His entire body felt heavy, yet empty at the same time. His throat was dry. He turned and sat on the edge of the hospital bed and got to his feet. His legs felt weak, but that didn't stop him. He moved forward toward the bathroom, and when he walked in, he turned on the bathroom light and quickly went for the sink and turned on the cold water, and cupped his hands to catch the water, and he then quickly took quick gulps from it. Once the dryness of his throat was gone, he looked up and his eyes landed on the mirror, which showed his reflection. He was wearing a hospital gown, but he saw that underneath and wrapped around him were bandages. They covered his forehead, his right eye, his neck, arms, and torso. He looked like a mummy almost all over. He then quickly remembered Toru and his left eye widened with horror and worry, so he quickly turned around and ran toward the hospital door, but the weakness of his legs was too much, and when he made it to the front door, he fell while opening the door and fell onto the hallway floor. He grunted in pain but he slowly got up on all fours, before slowly getting to his feet, breathing heavily as he did so. Izuku. Hearing his name, he turned to his right only to see Mei, and when he saw her, she looked like she had been crying and hadn't slept at all. Mei? Izuku asked. She quickly ran over to him and hugged him softly before breaking it and he saw her face turn one to sadness. Are you okay? She asked. Izuku quickly nodded. I'm fine. What about Toru? Is she okay? Izuku asked. Mei looked down in sadness. She's alive, Mei said, but I don't think she's okay. Izuku's eye widened with horror. Where is she? Izuku asked. Izuku. Where is she, Mei? Izuku cried with a fearful expression. Mei continued looking down, her sad expression growing. Down the hall. Room 176 inches, she replied. Izuku didn't even thank her as he quickly rushed down the hall to Toru's room, and seeing this Mei ran after him. As he ran down the hall, he looked at each number next to the doors of the rooms, making sure he didn't pass it, and he found it. He quickly entered it and when he did, he saw Toru looking out of the large window, a blank expression on her face. She too was wearing a hospital gown but looked completely fine, which made him happy. Toru, he cried with a smile. He moved over to her but she backed away from Izuku, which made Izuku stop in confusion, and he saw her expression, which had now changed from blank to fearful and confused. Toru, it's me, Izuku, Izuku told her as he stepped closer and reached out to her. Toru backed away once more in fear, but tripped over her own foot. Seeing her about to fall, Izuku quickly grabbed her by the wrist and stopped her from falling. However, when his hand wrapped around her wrist, she turned to him with a fearful look and screamed. Ah, 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 she cried out. Izuku looked at her with a shocked expression. Toru. Stop screaming, Izuku cried. However, Toru continued to scream and tried to pull her arm away, but when that failed she then began hitting his arm, trying to get him to let go of her, which he did, only for her to fall to the ground. Toru. Izuku cried out in shock and once again reached out to her, but she crawled away from him quickly and cowered in the corner and she hissed at him like a cat. Izuku was taken aback and that's when Mei entered the room and quickly went over to Toru, who quickly got up and went to her and hid behind her. Toru pointed at him with a furious look. Ahho. Ahho, she cried. Mei turned around and looked at her friend with a sad look. Hug Toru. It's okay, Izuku isn't going to hurt you, Mei said as she patted her head like a cat. Izuku was in shock and disbelief as he looked at Toru and saw that the girl he knew was gone. All that was left was a shell of the person he trusted and cared deeply for. Toru was gone. The girl in front of him was someone else. The person before him feared, hated, and wanted nothing to do with him. Tears began to form in his eye as he backed away slowly before turning around and running out of the room and down the hall. He ran past doctors, nurses, patients, visitors, before he made his way to the stairs and quickly ran down them. Tears fell from his eyes as he remembered his friends. Toru nodded with a smile and then walked over to Izuku. Hi, I'm Toru Hagakure, a second year here at Marikuru. It's nice to meet you, she introduced herself. This is your chance to start fresh, Izuku. Don't embarrass yourself. Izuku thought to himself. I'm Izuku Midoriya, a new second year at Marikuru. It's nice to meet you too, Hagakure-san, Izuku said with a bit of a confident smile. Toru beamed when she heard this. Oh, so you're in our grade. That's cool. What class? I'm in class 2A, Izuku said. Hey, that means you're in the same class as us, man. Chimed in Kimahito. I'm Kimahito Kujo. By the way, Kimahito introduced himself. Toru stepped in front of the group while Kimahito stood next to Izuku. Guys, this is Izuku Midoriya, Toru introduced him as she pointed at him. Izuku looked at the group and waved with a nervous smile. Hello. Toru smiled. Izuku, these are our friends. The one with the piercings is Kanao Hijisuma. Kanao smiled. Hey there. She said. Then there's Josuke Tatoku. He's the one with the dagger around his neck. Yo. Josuke greeted with a kind smile. Then there's Mei Hatsume. She's the one with the pink hair. Hearing her name, Mei perked up and looked at Izuku. Oh. Nice to meet you, Mei said with a smile. And finally, my name is Nito Monoma. Izuku looked to see that the blonde boy, now known as Nito Monoma, walked up to Izuku. He smiled at the green-haired boy and held out his hand for him to shake it. Izuku looked at Monoma's hand and he then shook it. Monoma smiled at Izuku. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. Izuku nodded and smiled back. The same for you, Monoma. The support he got from them. What do you wanna do after middle school? Josuke asked. Izuku scratched the back of his head. It's really stupid. Nah, come on, what is it? Josuke asked with a smile. Yeah, come on, tell us. Toru said as she leaned closer to him. Izuku blushed at the closeness of Toru, but he hid his face in his hands and sighed. Well, I want to be a hero, Izuku said. A hero. Hearing the voice, Izuku looked up from his hands and saw Monoma looking at him with a smile. Why yeah, I want to be a hero, like All Might, Izuku said. What I meant was that I want you to join me in training to become heroes. Izuku's eyes widened. Really? You want to help me become a hero? Izuku asked. Monoma smiled. Yeah, I've been training my quirk and while the others are helping me, they are also trying to become heroes as well. Well, not me, Mei chimed in with a smile. I just want to build my babies. Mei told him, pointing at some gadget she was tinkering with. Izuku smiled a bit in Mei's words, and he turned away from her and Monoma and took a quick look at the others. Each of them looked back at him and nodded with smiles on their faces. We all want to become heroes for certain reasons that differ, but we all want to do good, and we decided to train and help each other to become heroes and go to any hero school we want to. Monoma told Izuku, I want you to join us, Midoriya, so what do you say? Monoma asked. You really want someone like me? A quirkless and useless person to help you train to be heroes? Izuku asked. You're not useless, Monoma told him. No one is useless, everyone has their destiny and their part to play in the grand scheme of things, even you, Midoriya. Hearing these words, coming from someone he had just met today and were nothing more than acquaintances, it touched his heart. He knew that not many believed in his dream, even his mother held doubts about his dream. But hearing someone, a stranger, tell him that he could be something, he could be the thing he always wanted to be. He almost made him burst into tears. Someone believed in him for once. And no one knew how good that felt to him right now. What do you say, Midoriya? Will you help us and also help you? Monoma asked. Izuku looked at the blonde teen and Izuku out on a true confident smile. Why yeah, Izuku proclaimed. He remembered his sparring session with them. With Izuku, the young quirkless teen swung his sword to the left only for Josuke to duck under the attack and hit Izuku's leg, and then get behind the green-haired boy. Izuku quickly saw this and turned around and swing downward at Josuke. However, Josuke managed to block the attack by forming an X with his katana and tanto. He then pushed Izuku's sword up before he hit Izuku with the katana in the side, causing Izuku to wince in pain. Izuku swung his sword a bit lower to hit Josuke, but Josuke blocked the attack with his katana. However, the force of Izuku's swing rattled the katana and his hand, causing him to drop it. Izuku quickly raised his sword and then swung it to his left before Josuke could go for the katana. Seeing the attack, Josuke jumped over the attack and rolled a few feet away, before he got up and looked at Izuku, who was now in between him and his katana. Izuku couldn't help but smile as he saw Josuke back up. Izuku looked at Josuke with a smile. He gripped his sword tightly and thought about what could happen next. He only has a few options. If he fights me with his tanto, then he'll have to get in close. He's fast enough to dodge my attacks, but he can't go on defense for long. And when he slips up, I might give him a few good hits to end the match. But he could also try and throw it at me in order to distract me and get the katana back. But if that does happen, I can try and make sure he reaches the katana. I can take the pain and make sure he doesn't get the katana. Izuku thought. I can take the pain, it's something I'm used to. Josuke weighed his options and Izuku waited to see what he would do. If he didn't move, then Izuku would move in, so he needed to make the first move before Izuku did. Looks like he made his choice. He's going to charge, Izuku said. Both were ready to act. However, before they could even make their next moves, they were stopped by Toru, who called out to them. Izuku dodged Kanao's attacks with ease at first, but as she started using both hands and sped up her movements, and it became a little harder to dodge. He first got hit in his left lower side, then after a few minutes of dodging he was tripped as Kanao swept her leg under his apology to Toru for his inability to help Monoma. Toru, he called out. Toru didn't answer back. Toru, I know that you're angry with me, and if I had to guess, it was because of what happened with the villain and with Monoma, he said. Toru still didn't answer back. I know that you're angry with me because I couldn't do anything. I know I didn't do much. I was useless the whole fight, and I hate that I couldn't do anything and Monoma nearly got killed because I wasn't strong enough. And I can understand why you hate me, Izuku said, cause it's the same reason I hate myself. Hearing the beginning, she felt like she could unleash her anger and hatred on the boy, but then when he spoke the last part, she stopped. She turned to look at him finally and saw the pain and sorrow on Izuku's face. You already know I'm quirkless, but I was bullied for it, Izuku said as he looked at her. I was always made fun of and called names, like useless or weak, and I was treated like a freak and hated. I never fought back and I began to believe their words, and even now, despite how far I've come, I still believe them. He said. Don't, she said. Izuku was surprised by what she said and saw her face. Her glare was gone. There wasn't any anger or annoyance. Instead, she looked at him with a bit of a sad expression. Huh? Izuku asked. Don't apologize, Toru said. Izuku was still confused, but Toru set her branches and twigs down and walked over to him, and Izuku was surprised by how close she got. I'm sorry for being unfair, Izuku, Toru told him. Unfair? Izuku asked. Toru nodded. I'll admit, I was angry at you for what happened with the villain, but I think I realized that I was more afraid and scared about Monoma and what might have happened to him, and I took that out on you. I was even a bit jealous of you because in a short amount of time you and Monoma have grown closer, she told him. I don't hate you, Izuku, and I don't think you're useless like you believe. In a short amount of time you've gotten a lot stronger than most of us because you were very dedicated to fulfilling your dream, Toru said. Izuku was stunned by how this was resolved, but moreover, he was more surprised by her words. It really hit him. He had known that the others did believe in him, but hearing it from Toru, who he believed had come to hate him, made him feel a lot better. Thank you, Toru, and please, don't feel unfair. I now understand completely why you'd be upset with me, and if I was in your shoes, I may have done the same, Izuku told her. Their talk of dreams. Looking at them all from here, I almost think I can see their hopes and dreams flickering with the flames, Izuku said with a smile. Toru finished and finally looked over at the fire and saw the others laughing and smiling, and she saw how happy they were, how free they appeared to be in the moment. And in that moment, she saw what Izuku saw. She saw all of her friends' hopes and dreams in the light of the flames, in their smiles. It made her smile as well. Like a bonfire of dreams, she said. Izuku chuckled and smiled as he turned to look at Toru. Well, that was poetic. Sounded like you were something of a princess for a second there, he said. Toru slightly blushed when she heard that, but she pouted as she looked at him. Don't say something like that, she cried, but she calmed down and smiled at him. But I get it. It's like everyone has their own little light or fire that they bring to this little group of ours. Izuku nodded. and to make sure that the weaker flames don't die out, others toss their own flames into the biggest fire that in turn helps their flames stay alive. And I think that big fire that we toss out flames into to stay alive, that's Monoma, he told her. Toru nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's him, Toru said with a soft smile. I wish I could be like him, Izuku said softly. You say something, Izuku? Toru asked. Izuku shook his head and smiled. Nothing, he said. He then turned back to the bonfire and watched the flames dance. While he could see everyone else's dream, he couldn't see his own, nothing at all. He finished. Toru looked over at him, hoping to strike up a conversation, but when she saw his face, she saw the conflict written on it. You okay? She asked. Izuku let out a sigh before he looked over at her. What? What's your dream, Toru? Izuku asked. My dream? She asked him. Izuku nodded. Yeah, he said, and I'm not just talking about becoming a hero, but what is your biggest dream? My dream? Well, it's not really an amazing dream, but I think it's a dream that I can say I really want to make happen, Toru told him. What is it? Izuku asked. To live a long and good life, Toru said with a soft smile. It's a simple dream, but I want to live a life that had meaning in it. Part of it is becoming a hero, but for the most part of it is just living a life where I and my friends can smile, where I can get married and grow old with the one I love. A good and long life, she told him. You all have amazing dreams, Izuku said, but I don't know what kind of dream I have. Toru was a bit confused by what he was saying. What do you mean? I don't know what my dream is anymore, Izuku told her. I thought I did, but I think that I've come to realize that it might not be my real dream, but just something that I wanted to prove to others, and now that I realize that, I've become a little lost, Izuku finished. So, what are you going to do? Toru asked, looking a little concerned. Izuku sighed and shook his head a little. I don't know yet, Izuku told her. Toru put her hand on his shoulder to reassure him. Do whatever you have to do, Izuku. If you need time, take your time to figure out what your dream is, but remember that we will always be here for you, Toru said. Him asking Josuke and Kanao for advice about leaving the farm to find his dream. Izuku took a few deep breaths and looked at Josuke. I think I'm going to be leaving the farm soon. What? Why? Kanao asked. Because, my time here on the farm, I think I've learned that my dream and my goals, as well as who I am. It's not really my dream or who I really am, and I want to find out who I really am, or at least, who I really want to be, Izuku told them. Monoma, Toru, Kimahito, Mei, and even you too. You all have goals and a dream for the future, and you know that's what you really want, but me. I don't know a damn thing about what my own dreams and goals are, nor who I am, which is why I need to leave. I need to do this for myself and by myself. Josuke looked at Izuku with a small smile. So, that's it, huh? Izuku nodded, and looked down, feeling a little ashamed. Yeah, that's it, Izuku said. Then go for it, Josuke told him. Izuku looked up at his friend in surprise, stunned that his friend would actually agree and go for it. Really? Izuku asked. Josuke nodded. Yeah, Josuke said with a small smile on his face. Izuku, I went through something similar before I met Monoma and the others, and I did it all on my own, which gave me time to think hard and figure myself out and what was wrong with me and what I could do to better myself and atone for my past actions. So when you just told me that you're going through something similar, I won't tell you not to do it. I support you the entire way, Josuke told him with a soft smile on his face. Josuke's right, Kanao said. Everyone needs to do something in order to find themselves and figure out what they want for the future, and if this is what you have to do, then do it, and know that I will also support you. Izuku looked at them and a soft smile appeared on his face as he could feel tears form in his eyes as he looked down to hide his tears, but they knew why he looked down. Izuku was glad to have friends that understood and support him, something that he knew he had with them, but it still felt good to be reminded of it. Thank you, Izuku said with a bittersweet tone, both of you. Josuke and Kanao smiled, knowing that this is what Izuku needed to hear. Of course, Izuku, Josuke said. It's no problem, Kanao said with a smile. All these memories flooded his brain and he sobbed uncontrollably. Tears fell out of left eye, while blood fell out of his right. He continued running down the stairs, trying to reach the ground floor, wanting to get away because he was done making people's lives worse. However, as he was running down, he missed his step and troubled down one flight of stairs and stopped when he reached the small platform that led to the next set of stairs. He wasn't hurt, but he lay there, sobbing and looking up at the ceiling. Eventually, he was found by nurses and doctors, and after making sure he was uninjured, they led him back to his room, where they forced him back into the bed and told him to stay there until the police arrived to question him, and Izuku asked about his mother, but they said they would ask his doctor. Izuku stared back at the ceiling and began to wonder, what's next? Would he still try to be a hero? Or should he just give up? Should he stop his dream? Monoma stood up and looked at All for One, taking his hand. I want the power to fulfill my dreams, Monoma told him. Remembering that, his fist balled into a fist and sudden rage began to fill him. No, I can't stop, Izuku thought, not while he's out there. Not after all he's done. I can't stop while he gets to continue living. Izuku now glared at the ceiling, and all he could feel was rage. Rage then burned like wildfire, rage that wasn't going to be put out until Monoma no. Until all of them were dead. I'll kill them all, every single one of them. I'll slaughter them all until there's nothing left, Izuku thought. The days that Izuku had spent with his friends were the best, and they were golden. But those golden days were over, and all that was ahead for the young teen was a hellish nightmare. A couple of days later, Izuku was finally out of the hospital, still in bandages around his body, but the bandage around his head was gone and he wore an eye patch on his right eye. Yet, he did not return to his new home. Instead, he went looking for a house that belonged to a certain someone. After searching for a while, he found the house he had been looking for, and it wasn't big but it wasn't small, it was a perfect house for someone who lived by themselves. Izuku walked toward the house only for the front door to open, and that's when he saw the man. He was tall, muscular, and looked like he could be a gangster. His hair was short and spiky with a streak of white in the front and some gray on the sides. He too had one eye closed, and his good eye was brown. He wore a black undershirt with a pair of black jeans that had some small tears near the knees, and wore a pair of black buccaneer boots. Izuku also saw that his entire body was covered in scars, just like him. I've been expecting you, kid, he told Izuku. Izuku just looked at him with a blank expression. How did you know I would be coming here? Izuku asked. Because I've been following you, the man replied. The moment I saved you and that girl, I knew it was only a matter of time before you came looking for me. You're the guy with that black armor and that huge fucking sword. You somehow broke through the dome, Izuku said. You were able to go toe-to-toe with these freaks, and I wanna know how. You plan on going to war with them? The man asked. Izuku's expression hardened as anger began to overtake him a little. You're goddamn right, he replied. The man stared at Izuku and looked him deep in his good eye and could see that he had lost everything. He only wanted revenge, wanted nothing more than to quench his anger by killing those who so deeply wronged him. And who was he to deny him? After all, he was just like him years ago. He could tell the boy the same lessons as him, but the boy wouldn't listen. He'd find a way to get his revenge. He needed to learn the same lessons as he did in the same way and hope that the kid found similar answers that he found. But for now, he would help him with his revenge. What's your name, kid? Izuku Midoriya, Izuku replied. And who are you? Izuku asked back. I'm Guts, the man, now known as Guts, replied. Just Guts. Guts nodded. Yeah, just Guts, he replied. Well, Mr. Guts, are you going to train me or what? Izuku asked. Guts nodded. You've got a lot to learn, kid, so let's get started, Guts told him. Since that day, Izuku trained with Guts in order to get his revenge. It was the only thing that mattered, the only thing he cared about. He cut off talking to Mei. He didn't see Toru again. He was barely seen at his new home. Hell, despite never being at school, he passed with flying colors just so he didn't have to worry about missing a training session. Revenge was all that mattered to Izuku. And nothing was going to get in the way of that. And eventually, a year passed and Izuku arrived on the UA campus, and as he was walking, a girl with vines for hair ran past him, but she tripped over herself and began to fall, but he quickly caught her before she could land. She turned her head only to see him and he pulled her back up to her feet and looked at her, and she looked back at him with wide eyes. However, she looked at him with a smile. "Thank you for saving me," she said. Izuku stared at her and said nothing before he turned back and continued walking away and heading to the main building. However, the girl he had saved from falling raced up to catch up to him. She looked over at him and introduced herself. "I am Ibara Shiozaki. It's a pleasure to meet you," Ibara told him. Izuku simply turned his eyes to her and he let out a sigh. "Izuku Midoriya," he replied. Ibara smiled a bit. "It's nice to meet you, Izuku Midoriya." Ibara nodded. "Mind if I walk with you?" she asked. Izuku just nodded and the two continued walking. As they did, Izuku felt Ibara looking at him with an analytical look. "You have a sword?" Ibara asked. Izuku just nodded his answer. "Why would you need a sword? Is it necessary for your quirk?" "I don't have a quirk," Izuku responded bluntly. You really don't have a quirk?" Ibara asked. Izuku now turned his head to her and while his look didn't change, "Yeah," Izuku said, his tone a bit harsher, "do you have a problem with that?" "And no, I didn't mean to offend you. I was," Ibara frantically replied. Izuku groaned and cut her off. "It doesn't matter," he told her. "We're here now so let's just leave the conversation where it is," Izuku said as he continued to walk to the main building. "And you know the rest from there." With a quick slash, Izuku cut 2 dummies in half. He then quickly jumped away and turned around to where 3 more dummies were. He quickly cut their heads off in a single strike. Izuku heard footsteps coming from behind him and he quickly turned around only to see Guts coming at him with his Dragon Slayer. Once he was in close range, he swung downward at Izuku, but the young teen quickly blocked the attack, but his hand was completely rattled. "Looks like Rickert did a pretty good job making that sword for ya," Guts said with a smile. Izuku nodded and he managed to push Guts's sword away and then quickly backed up before Guts could swing the Dragon Slayer again. Once he was away, Izuku looked at him with a bit of a smile. "I have to thank him when I see him again," Izuku said. "This sword works wonders when I'm up against Nomus." Guts rested the Dragon Slayer on his shoulder and looked at Izuku. "It's a nice blade. What did Rickert call it again?" Izuku looked at his sword. "I think he called it Apollyon," Izuku replied. "Said it was the name of the destroying angel," Izuku finished. Guts smiled. Ever since he got into the hero equipment business, he's gotten used to naming his creations, Guts said. "At least he's doing what he loves." Izuku nodded. He then felt his phone buzz and looked at it only to realize it was an alarm. "Ah, I gotta end it here Guts. I have to head to UA and put in a request to use my sword and some of my other gear in the sports festival," Izuku said. Guts nodded. "I'll see you later then kid," Guts said. Izuku nodded and waved goodbye and sheathed his sword and left Guts's home, and as he left, Guts went inside his home and set the Dragon Slayer up against the wall, and his eyes then drifted to his armor that resembled a hound. "Not yet, it's not the time," Guts said to himself. Back with Izuku, he took the train toward UA, where he would have to fill out a paper that would allow him to use his sword as well as his bombs. While on the train, he couldn't help but remember how he got his sword. After building up his muscles a little more, Guts brought him to an old friend, Rickert, an owner of a hero support group shop, who also kept maintenance on Guts's own sword, the Dragon Slayer, but he also helped Guts in the past since they both used to be part of some mercenary group in Germany. He was also the major manufacturer of Izuku's bombs. Rickert was a very kind man, one who was also happily married with a kid around his age, a daughter, though, oddly enough, Izuku's never met them the times he had visited Rickert. He was taken out of his thoughts when the train stopped and he looked at the station, only to see that it was the stop that he needed, so he quickly got off and then walked toward UA. After passing through the front gates, he made his way to the main building and walked inside. Once inside, he saw some other students who had come with gear, so he pushed past them and grabbed a paper and a pen. He then sat down on a chair and began to fill out the paper. As Izuku was filling it out, he heard someone approach him but he didn't turn to look at them, assuming they were either going to walk past him or sit next to him. However, instead of those options, they just stood next to him and he could feel their gaze on him. "Izuku, is that really you?" Izuku's eyes widened when he heard that voice and he quickly turned around. His good eye widened in shock as he saw the person before him. It had been months since he had seen her, and while she still looked rather the same, she now wore a plain black tank top with workshop coveralls tied casually around her waist, with the same goggles back in middle school on her head. Izuku felt a lump in his throat as he saw her. May? Izuku asked. May quickly hugged him tightly, and he was stunned for a bit, but he hugged her back just as tightly. He heard her sniffle before they broke the hug, and Izuku saw her wipe her tears away and looked at him with a soft smile. I can't believe it's you," she said with joy. "Neither can I," he replied with a soft smile. May looked around and then back at him. "You wanna talk in private?" she asked. Izuku nodded, and May gestured for him to follow her, and she led him back toward Class 1H, a support department class. Once inside, she headed toward a work desk where she sat down and turned to him, still smiling. "So, you finally did it. You're a UA student," May said. Izuku nodded. "Yeah, Hero Course 2, he replied. May nodded. "Look like our dreams finally came true, she asked. Izuku shook his head. "No, they haven't," Izuku said. "There's still one more dream of mine I need to make come true," he said. May looked at him and she knew what he was talking about, but she didn't touch on the subject. All of their friends had died to those villains. Kimahito, Josuke, Kanao, and Monoma all died that day, and the two that survived, Toru and Izuku, were broken. May's expression then turned sad. "Izuku, why did you stop talking to me? Or stop seeing Toru?" she asked. Izuku looked at her, his face expressionless. "You already know," he replied. May looked at him, still with a sad face, but she closed her eyes and let out a long sigh. "I was angry with you, when you just left me and Toru alone. I was so mad at you, because to me, it felt like you abandoned us, and when Toru moved with her aunt, I felt more abandoned by you, but with some help, I understood that you were going through your own problems. You had suffered just as much as Toru, and I didn't even realize it," May told him. "So after I thought about it, after I started finding friends again, people who helped me feel less alone, I wanted to find you and wanted to let you know that you aren't alone, Izuku. You still have people who care about you. Don't forget that," she told him. Izuku looked at her and guilt rose up in him. He had forgotten that May had lost so much too. She lost the same friends he had, people who understood and accepted them. His thoughts moved to Toru and he wondered how she was doing. He looked at May. His expression was sad. "Toru, how is she?" he asked. May looked at him and her expression was still rather sad. "She moved with her aunt in the country, and as for her condition, she's still the same," Toru said sadly. Izuku was saddened to hear that, and he looked to May. "Have you visited her?" May nodded. "When I can," she replied. "You should come with, maybe it might." "I can't, May," Izuku said. "She's afraid of me, she won't even come near me. I can't see her, I just can't," he told her, his voice beginning to slowly break down. May understood and just nodded slowly. "It's okay," she replied. "I understand." Izuku nodded, and he decided to change the subject. "May, are you going to participate in the sports festival?" he asked. She nodded with a bright smile. "Yep. I gotta promote my babies somehow," as she gestured toward her inventions. Izuku smiled. "I see," he said. May looked at him. "And I know you are, of course, but why?" May asked. Izuku looked at her with a smile. "I just wanna win. It brings me closer to what I want, and it also lets me prove that even someone like me can be a hero," Izuku said. "A hero who carries a sword that big?" May asked, pointing to Apollyon. Izuku smiled and unsheathed it and held it up while resting the end of the blade on the ground. Seeing how big the blade was, May's eyes widened, and she got closer to it. "This thing is huge," she said with a smile. "How do you even swing that thing?" she asked. "You think this is big? The guy that taught me how to actually use this thing has one bigger than mine," Izuku said. "His friend made this for me. It's called Apollyon," Izuku told her. May nodded and backed away from the sword and turned to him with a raised brow and a smile. "You're really gonna try and use that in the sports festival?" she asked. Izuku nodded. "But don't worry, I don't plan on killing anyone. I'm just gonna use the flat end to smack people around," he said with a chuckle as he sheathed Apollyon. May giggled and nodded. "Well then, if it means anything, Izuku. I hope you win, she said. Izuku looked at her and gave her a soft smile. Thank you, Mei, Izuku said. A hero backed away from a figure hidden in the shadows. They were bleeding from their head as they backed away and looked at the figure with a fearful stare. Stop, please. Why you don't have to do this? You can The hero fell dead on the ground, his throat punctured by a throwing dagger and blood seeped from the wound. The figure approached the body of the hero and pulled the dagger out from his neck, and wiped it off on their pants. But that's where you're wrong, Faker. I have to do this, replied the figure. One must be stained in blood for there to be change in this world that is filled with liars, scum, and fakers. The figure then walked away from the dead hero and sheathed the knife. As he walked out of the shadows, his form was clear as day. He sports a dark combat suit, plated with metal armor across his body to holster his weapons. The torso is sleeveless, so he instead wraps his arms in yellow bandages, all the way from just below his shoulders to his wrists. He also wore long black wristbands and a watch on his left arm, and his knees were protected with metal pads. The costume was completed by black boots with steel armor, and around his neck, he wore a blood-red scarf and matching headband, as well as the tattered cloth he wore around his face as a mask. This was Chizo Makaguro, once known as the Vigilante Stendhal, but now goes by another name, a name that would help shake the Hero Foundation. Stain, the Hero Killer. The day of the sports festival had arrived and every student of the first-year courses was waiting for whatever the school had planned for them. However, every student there stayed clear of Izuku, who draped himself in his black hooded and tattered cloak with his sword resting next to him. He appeared to be napping to many of the students, but Izuku just heard the chatter of the other students. Who is he? Dude looks freaking scary. Why does a student from the hero course have such a large sword? Can he even lift that thing? Man, I hope he doesn't swing that thing at me. Izuku felt a little better because now they were afraid of him, something he could use later down the line. If some of the students feared him, then he wouldn't have to deal with too many enemies. Oi, is that really you, Deku? Izuku could feel a bit of anger rise up within his body as he recognized that voice so clearly. He opened his eyes to see none other than Katsuki Bakugo, who sauntered toward him in his PE uniform, his hands in his pockets and an annoyed glare on his face. Bakugo, Izuku said with a low tone and appeared glare. Bakugo looked at him. So it really is you, huh? What's a quirkless nerd like you doing here? Bakugo asked. Izuku glared at him. I'm part of 1B's hero course, and like you, I'm participating in the sports festival, Izuku told him. Hearing this, a smug grin formed on Katsuki's face. So then taking you out should be easy then. Bakugo cried with an amused tone, you're a quirkless freak. However, Bakugo didn't finish that sentence, and with blinding speed, Izuku pointed a Apollyon at Bakugo's neck, much to the shock of everyone, including Bakugo himself. A sinister grin formed on Izuku's face and he looked at Bakugo, and Bakugo saw the most psychotic expression on the young teen's face. Go ahead. Keep talking. Let's see what happens, Izuku told the ash blonde with a sadistic amused tone. Bakugo glared at Izuku and smiled angrily at him. You think you're hot shit, huh? Bakugo asked, his hands popping with small explosions. Both the two teens wanted the other to make the first move, so that way they had a reason to attack the other, and many other students were on edge due to feeling the very thick tension in the room, and they were afraid that Izuku was actually going to kill Bakugo. However, neither made the first move as a voice came over the intercom. Alright, students, are you ready for the first part of the sports festival? Everyone recognized the voice as Present Mike, and the two teens backed away from each other, and Izuku lowered his sword and Bakugo turned his quirk off, but they still glared daggers at each other. Bakugo shoved his hands back in his pocket, still keeping eye contact with Izuku. Just wait until I crush you, Deku, Bakugo growled. Izuku still smiled at Bakugo. Just try, I'll kill you before you even fire off your quirk, Izuku replied. With that said, the two separated and headed toward the front where the first part of the sports festival was going to begin, and Izuku prepared himself for whatever challenge it was. No matter what it was or who would stand in his way, Izuku would cut them down in order to get closer to his goal. This was only another thing in his way. He wasn't going to let this stop him, no matter who he had to fight today. This is nothing, Izuku told himself as he glared at the door. This is nothing compared to what I've already suffered. Nothing compared to how hard I've trained. This is just another obstacle I need to pass before I get to you. Monoma. Present Mike explained that the first challenge was going to be a race, and along the course, there would be traps, and then he began talking to what he was sure the audience, both in the arena, they had to get to and the people watching on TV. The doors then quickly opened and Mike shouted for the students to begin, and Izuku quickly took off. However, the ground was frozen solid and another teen with red and white hair seemed to skate ahead of the others. Izuku grits his teeth, but before he stepped out to the frozen ground, he grabbed one of his small bombs and threw it at the frozen ground. "Get back!" Izuku cried. Many students jumped away just as the bomb hit the icy floor and then the explosion occurred and it broke and shattered the ice, now allowing others to walk and continue the race. However, Izuku didn't wait, because after the explosion happened, he ran through the smoke and raced after a few of the other students that had made it past the frozen floor, the ones he recognized as Mei, Bakugo, and the other teen who froze the ground. Izuku continued to run, however, he then felt the ground begin to shake and he, as well as many others, stopped in their tracks, including the ones ahead of them as robots, ones that were the same from the opening ceremony, and Izuku groaned in annoyance. "I've already dealt with you small fries," Izuku said in anger, as he jumped at a robot and brought the sword down, and cut the robot in half. Izuku then stood up and set Apollyon on his shoulder. "Get out of my way," he cried. Izuku charged at the robots once more and dodged a few attacks before he cut up and destroyed many other robots. Other students watched as he destroyed the robots with seeming ease. All of them were in shock at what they had witnessed. "Is that kid really quirkless?" cried a blonde-haired teen with a black bold in his hair. Another with an undercut and glasses looked at Izuku with a bit of a horrified expression. "He's like a wild animal." Ibara watched as Izuku cut through the robots and saw his angry expression as he kept moving forward and tore through the robots. "He's no animal, he's a monster," Ibara told herself with a glare. "It seems we got some amazing students able to clear through the first challenge along the course. What a wild bunch they are," Mike cried over the intercom. Class A's Shoto Todoroki is taking the lead with Class A's Katsuki Bakugo right behind him. Izuku managed to destroy another robot in his way before continuing with the race. Ahead of him he saw a large rocky canyon with only pillars of the canyon. Izuku glared ahead as she sheathed Apollyon behind his back and kept running and aligned himself with one of the ropes, and he jumped as far as he could before grabbing onto the rope and quickly climbing across the canyon. As he climbed across, Izuku saw Bakugo use his quirk to fly across the canyon, while the dual-haired colored teen, who he assumed was Todoroki, skated across atop the rope, and the same could be said for another teen with mufflers in the back of his calves. He then turned around and saw other students closing in. "Tisk, gotta hurry," Izuku told himself as he quickened his pace. Finally, he made it across and continued running, still behind Bakugo, Todoroki, and a few others, but with many other students catching up behind him. The UA students then reached a part of the course that warned about danger, and Izuku stopped wondering what danger was being warned about. However, it was clear when a few students stopped on the ground and an explosion of pink smoke occurred and the students were blown away. Ho ho, it looks like the students have come across what is sure to be the trickiest part of the course, for the reality is this entire field is a. Mike began. Izuku was shocked at what he quickly came to realize. "You've gotta be kidding me," Izuku cried. "This entire field is a opening square bracket ... Mine field," Mike cried. A few more kids stepped onto the mines and were blown in different directions. Izuku watched as the students flew away and knew it was going to be stupid to try and cross that entire field while trying to watch your step and complete the race. "This ain't a problem for me." Izuku turned around to see Bakugo blast across the field, and Todoroki glared at him and froze the ground in front of him before skating across and catching up with Bakugo. The green-haired teen knew he was going to fall behind those two and he quickly tried to think of something, but nothing was coming to him until his eyes fell on one of the spots where a mine was dug in. A crazy and no doubt very insane idea came to his head, but he smiled as he figured why not take a chance. Up in the front, Bakugo and Todoroki were fighting for the lead as they nearly crossed the field of mines. Bakugo turned to Todoroki as small explosions popped into his hand. "Bastard. Don't declare war on the wrong person." Bakugo cried as he sent an explosion toward Todoroki. Todoroki managed to back up and dodge the attack, and then grabbed Bakugo's arm, activating his quirk, much to Bakugo's anger and annoyance. However, before the two could continue to fight one another for the lead, a large explosion of pink smoke erupted from the start of the field, shocking everyone there, and the two students in the lead looked back in surprise. "Whoa, what was the giant explosion?" Mike asked. In the air and emerging out of the smoke cloud was none other than Izuku, with his sword shielding his left side. He then stopped shielding himself and he smiled as he soared across the field. Todoroki looked up, surprised expression before turning blank. "Him?" Todoroki asked. Bakugo was shocked. "Deku!" he cried. From behind, most of Class B watched as Izuku soared through the air with pride and awe. "Hell yeah, bro!" Tetsu cried with a fist bump. Awase smiled as he saw Izuku still up in the air. Well, would you look at him go," he said. "Gotta admit, he's something." Itsuka smiled. "Wow, look at him taking the big win for our class," she said. However, Ibara glared at the sword-wielding student as he soared through the sky with a smile. "It appears the Class B's Izuku Midoriya is trying to take the lead with that blast." Mice cried. The two boys quickly composed themselves and continued racing to take the lead as Izuku was rapidly coming back down to earth near the end of the mine, but he noticed he would fall behind the moment he touched the ground. Acting quickly, Izuku saw that he was going to drop in between the two boys just as they were reaching the end of the field, and he used his sword to spin in the air, and then when he was close to the ground, he turned Apollyon onto the flat side and struck the ground, causing a pink explosion in between the two boys, which made them be blown away to Izuku's right and left, while it propelled him forward once again. Izuku blasted forward and then quickly sheathed his sword before rolling across the ground and then quickly getting back to his feet, and he continued running toward the finish line. Izuku was far ahead and the green-haired teen looked back only to see Bakugo and Todoroki getting up and composing themselves. Seeing them behind, mostly Bakugo, made Izuku extremely happy. His old tormentor was behind him, losing to him, and a sense of pride and joy filled his heart, and he turned back and kept running. He didn't stop, he wouldn't, he couldn't. Once again, a smile, a genuine smile, graced the young boy's face as he ran through the entrance gate of the arena. "Ladies and gentlemen, I give you your winner for the obstacle course." Mike began. "Izuku Midoriya." Izuku heard the cheering of the people in the stands, but he paid them no mind as he looked to the sky. "Kimahito. Josuke. Kanao. Can you see me from up there?" Izuku asked as he slowed down and fell to his knees. "This is it. I've done it. I'm here," Izuku cried in his head. Behind him, Todoroki came in second and Bakugo came in third, and Bakugo took a breath but he looked down at his hands, in shock that he had just lost to Izuku. He looked up at Izuku as he was on his knees taking a break. "That damn Deku. How did he beat me? How? Bakugo asked as he glared at the winner of the race. Todoroki looked over to Izuku with a blank expression. The dual quirk user was analyzing Izuku, and wondering how someone like him was able to beat him and Bakugo, two powerful people with strong quirks. As Izuku still rested, a few of his fellow classmates came up to him and surrounded him, each of them smiling at him. "Awesome job out there, Midoriya. You were amazing. Congrats, man. One helluva move, bro." Izuku heard their compliments and he slowly stood up, still looking down at the ground, and as he rose up every one of his classmates went silent, and Izuku pushed past them not saying a word. As he walked away, the class gathered and watched him walk away. "Man, he just won the biggest race anyone could in their first year and he still looks like someone shot his dog," Sen said. Setsuna nodded. "I know, like ever since the year began he's always angry and standoffish," she said. "Like what's his deal?" she asked. "It's just because he's a brute," Ibara began, glaring at Izuku. "Honestly, I don't know why they let him in here," she finished. Itsuka looked at her classmates with a bit of a confused look. "Don't any of you know about what happened to him?" she asked. They all looked at her with perplexed expressions, wondering what she meant. However, it was Ibara that spoke up. "What do you mean?" she asked as she looked at Itsuka. Itsuka sighed and looked down. "Do you guys remember what that villain with the hands said to Midoriya back at the USJ?" Itsuka asked. They all quickly flashed back to what had happened at the USJ and when Izuku was face to face with those two main villains, the purple mist one and the one with a ton of hands on his body. I have to admit, I'm surprised you're here. I thought we broke your spirit during the eclipse. Shigaraki said, but how are you? How's the eye? Oh, wait, how's that girl of yours? Shigaraki asked with a chuckle. Kanoko nodded. Oh yeah, he seemed to be trying to anger Midoriya. He mentioned things like his eye and some girl, but he also mentioned the eclipse event. Ibara interrupted. I heard him saying they thought they broke his spirit during the event. Itsuka nodded slowly. Hearing that, most of the students felt sadness flow through them. However, certain two exchange students were a bit out of the loop. What was the eclipse event? Hiryu asked with a raised brow. Penny nodded. Yeah, I'm a bit in the dark too, Pony said. Itsuka looked at them. Right, I almost forgot you two aren't from Japan. Itsuka said, well, you see, the eclipse event was something that happened a year ago. At Marikoru Middle School, a sudden beam of red light shot from the roof of the school. The beam began to expand into a dome-like shape, covering not just the school, but 3 city blocks. It turned out to be some type of barrier, and inside the dome, villains attacked and killed everyone. Well, not everyone, Itsuka said. Pony looked at the big sis of the class with a raised brow. What do you mean? Pony asked. Juzo turned to Pony. There were 2 survivors, a boy and a girl. Juzo chimed in. Their names weren't released to the public, and no one knows what happened to them, but the police that was interviewed about the injuries of the 2 survivors said their injuries were extensive, especially the young male survivor, and with what was said back at the USJ I think it's clear. They all turned to watch as Izuku still walked away. There. Izuku's the guy who survived the eclipse, Ibara said. Her glare disappeared. She felt pity for the young man, but she still felt a bit malice toward him. There was just a vile part of her that wouldn't forgive him for what he did to her, for what he made her feel. ... Meanwhile, the pro-hero Ingenium ran around the city with his agency looking for none other than the hero killer Stain. Where is he? Does anyone see him? Ingenium cried into his intercom. No, I lost him, came one of his sidekicks. So did I, came another. There's no sign of him. Damn, where the hell did he go? Ingenium asked. Unbeknownst to the speedy hero was that Stain was above him with his jagged katana at the ready, looking down at the hero. Another false idol for the slaughter, Stain said to himself. Stain jumped down, ready to plunge his blade into the running hero, but as he was close, a purple mist appeared and swallowed him up, leaving no trace of him behind, inadvertently saving the running hero. Far away from the city, and in the country, Stain was transported to a hidden base inside the mountains, and when he fell from the portal he struck the ground hard. Realizing he was somewhere new, Stain looked around before his eyes fell upon a rather large man in a black doctor's coat wrapped around him and a pair of red wings protruding from his back, and a pair of black goggles around his eyes. It was Dr. Garaki. Where am I? Stain asked. Who are you? He asked again. The hero killer Stain. It's good to meet you, replied Dr. Garaki. I asked Kuogiri to bring you here because All for One wants you for the future of his plans. Hearing the man tell him that it was none other than One for All that asked for him sent a bit of a chill down the hero killer's spine, but he kept his composure. He didn't want to show weakness against the man who was king of the underground. What does that man want with me? Stain asked. Dr. Garaki smiled. For you to protect the new 5th member of us, Garaki told him. Suddenly, a light shined upon a capsule, and inside was a young blonde teen floating in water with a respirator giving him air, and other wires were hooked to him. Stain looked at the boy and his eyes widened with surprise. There was something about the young man that drew his attention, that made him want to protect the young man. Stain shook his head and looked at the doctor with a glare. Who is that? Stain asked, but he felt that the question was right. He looked at the boy and knew something was off, very off. What is that? Stain asked again. Dr. Garaki smiled. That is All for One's most dangerous weapon, he told Stain. He is going to be the greatest hero in Japan, Garaki told him. Stain raised a brow at him. How? Stain asked. I can explain that. Stain's head quickly turned to the side and his eyes widened with shock once again as his eyes landed on the man who ruled the underground, who was the biggest monster the world has ever known. All for One. Welcome to the League of Villains. Stain, all for one said with a smile. Meanwhile, back at the UA arena, the cavalry battle had ended and only 16 of the students had passed on to what was the final part of the festival, the single fights round. The students that had made it were Izuku, Tetsu, Mei, Hitoshi Shinso, Shoto Todoroki, Hontasiro, Denki Kaminari, Ibara, Tenya Iida, Yuga Aoyama, Mina Ishido, Yaoyorozu Momo, Yosetsu Awase, Ajiro Kirishima, Bakugo, and Ochako Uraraka. Ladies and gentlemen, here are your fighters, Midnight cried as she pointed at the students. Now, it's time to choose the fights, Midnight said, pointing to the board as it spun names. It first stopped on Izuku's name before the other names stopped and it landed on Shinso. Round 1 goes to Izuku Midoriya and Hitoshi Shinso, Midnight said with a beaming smile. Izuku looked over to Shinso and saw that the boy was also looking back at him with a glare, but Izuku then looked away. Round 2, Midnight cried. The board kept drawing names and the net rounds went as such. Round 2, Shoto Todoroki vs Hontasiro. Round 3, Denki Kaminari vs Ibara Shiozaki. Round 4, Mei Hatsume vs Iida Tenya. Round 5, Yuga Aoyama vs Mina Ishido. Round 6, Yaoyorozu Momo vs Yosetsu Awase. Round 7, Ajiro Kirishima vs Tetsu. Round 8, Katsuki Bakugo vs Ochako Uraraka. All of the students whose names were called felt a fire rise up in them. Bakugo glared at the board. This is it. My time to show that damn Deku what the hell I can do and to show him he doesn't belong here, he thought. Todoroki looked up into the stands in the direction of his father. Just you wait, old man, Todoroki began. I'll win this whole thing without using your damn power. Ibara looked over to Izuku, who paid her no mind and glared at him. I have to beat him, he can't win, she told herself. However, none of them had a roaring bonfire like Izuku, who looked at all the names and prepared himself for a war against all the other students. After his fight, he had a chance to analyze the rest of the other quirks and could come up with something when fighting one of them. This is war, and the winner is the last man standing, Izuku thought. Nothing is gonna stop me from winning this, nothing is gonna stop me from getting to you. Izuku's fight with Shinso was about to begin, and he was fully prepared. He had his cloak, Apollyon strapped behind him, and his packet full of bombs strapped behind his torso. Sure, he may not need all of that against some kid in class 1H, but Izuku didn't know his quirk, and it was always better to be prepared, no matter the situation. Guts taught him that. Hey, Izuku Midoriya, right? Izuku turned around to see another student behind him. They only had a large muscular tail with some blonde fur on the end. You're the guy that's going up against Shinsho, right? He asked. My name's Mashiro Ojiro, of class 1A, and I. If you got something to say, spit it out, otherwise piss off, Izuku said coldly. Ojiro was a bit surprised by his rudeness, but he also shared a class with Bakugo. Alright, look, whatever you do, don't respond to him. He spoke to me and I remember responding to him, but then, I don't remember a thing after that, just hearing that I made it to the next round, Ojiro told him. Izuku turned to him and a smile graced his lips. You don't remember a thing, huh? Izuku asked, which means that Shinso guy has a mind-controlling quirk, but do I have to respond with words to be put under his control, or can I respond with just a hum or a groan? Better not take that chance, just stay quiet, and fight him, Izuku thought. Are you all ready for our fighters? Came Mike's voice over the intercom. Ojiro smiled. Looks like that's your cue. Good luck out there, though, I don't think you'll need it, Ojiro said as he left. Izuku heard him leave and simply waited for his cue. If they want a show, I'll give them one, he told himself. Our first fighter is the kid from 1H. Hitoshi Shinso. Izuku watched him walk onto the stage and he had his hands in his gym pockets. He also looked restless and bored, as if he had no reason to be there, but Izuku assumed that's just how he looked. Our next fighter is the quirkless swordsman himself, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku smiled when he heard his name be called, and he walked toward the stage, and as he neared it, he grabbed Apollyon's hilt and pulled it out. One on it he slammed it into the stage, and he was sure the sound of it was loud. Once he was on stage, Izuku began to hear murmurs in the audience, and he could feel most of the eyes on him. Hey UA, is it really okay to have a QURIKLESS person in the fights? Yeah, what if he gets hurt? We don't want to see that. Izuku glared and walked toward Midnight and yanked the mic away from her. Midoriya, she cried. Izuku put the mic to his lips. As he looked at the heroes, shut the fuck up. Izuku cried. The audience suddenly went quiet. I don't need your damn pity. Izuku cried. I've had my fair share of pain that none of you can imagine, you pieces of shit. I suffered just to stand where I am. If I wanna fight I will fight. Izuku finished before tossing the mic back to Midnight. No more words were said, and Izuku took his position and he faced Shinso, who looked a little stunned by his words, but smiled as well, which confused him a bit. However, Midnight asked if both of them were ready and both simply gave her quick nods, and with their answer, Midnight declared for the fight to begin. However, both boys didn't move, simply waiting to see who would make the first move. Shinso continued to smile as he looked at Izuku. So, you're quirkless huh? Explains the sword, he said. Izuku didn't answer. Why do you yell at the heroes? Shinso asked. You know, you're supposed to impress them if you want to work with one of them after this whole thing. Meanwhile, I have to impress the staff to get transferred over to the hero course. So that's why he's fighting, Izuku thought to himself. Izuku smiled and then pulled Apollyon from the stage and charged at his fellow fighter, much to the shock of Shinso, and when he was close in, Izuku switched up and used the flat end of the sword ready to whack him like one would with a fly swatter. However, Shinso backed up quickly, avoiding the swing. However, Izuku quickly swung at him again, but Shinshu avoided it once again. Izuku reached for his pouch of bombs, and quickly grabbed one out and lit the wick by scrapping across the stage floor, and then threw it at Shinso. Seeing it, Shinso quickly ran to the side, just as it exploded. The shockwave sent Shinso flying off to the side but not out of bounds, much to his relief. As he got up he looked back to see Izuku slowly approach him, his sword resting on his shoulders. First a giant freaking sword and now he's got bombs. Shinso thought, what the hell kind of guy is he? Izuku swung at Shinso once more, this time, managing to hit him in his right arm, and Shinso was sent flying across the stage, tumbling across the ground, but eventually came to a stop as he was now on his stomach and he slowly got up but Izuku slammed his foot into his back, forcing him to the ground. Shinso glared up at Izuku as he saw Izuku smirk at him. Damn you! Shinso cried. Izuku just kept smirking as he looked down at Shinso. However, the purple-haired teen quickly escaped from underneath Izuku's foot and moved away as Izuku looked at him, still smirking, though it was more sinister. Shinso glared at Izuku. You're a real piece of work, you know that? Shinso asked, with an annoyed tone. Izuku just chuckled and smiled, however, still did not say a word. Shinso's glare hardened. Damn it, why won't you talk? He asked. Once Shinso asked him that question, Izuku's smirk became sinister and he gave Shinso a knowing look, and the mind controller instantly knew what that look meant and his eyes widened with realization before returning to a glare. How did you figure it out? Shinso asked. Izuku still didn't say anything, just continued to smirk sinisterly, before quickly reaching into his pouch and grabbing 3 of his bombs, lighting all 3 and throwing them at Shinso, which caused the fellow student to shield himself with his arms. However, once the bombs exploded, the shock was huge enough to send both boys flying, yet, Izuku stopped himself by stabbing Apollyon into the stage. Meanwhile, Shinso was blown away and out of bounds. Once the smoke cleared and it was revealed that Shinso was out of bounds, Midnight called the fight and declared Izuku the winner. Shinso quickly got to his feet and glared at Izuku. His expression was full of rage. Damn you! Do you have any idea what you've done? He cried. Izuku looked at him as he sheathed Apollyon, with a raised brow. If I had one I could have proven them all wrong. I could have been a hero with this villainous quirk. Shinso cried. You are lucky to be blessed with no quirk at all. No one sees you as a villain. But me? I have always been seen as a villain because of my quirk. Izuku looked at Shinso. His expression was now blank before Izuku busted out laughing, confusing those watching while angering Shinso himself. What's so damn funny? Shinso asked. Izuku stopped laughing and looked at Shinso. I'm not as blessed as you think, Izuku told him with a last chuckle. If you want to become a hero so damn much keep proving them wrong. It's one of the reasons I'm here. Izuku told him before he left the stage. Shinso watched as he walked away and he too left, thinking about what Izuku told him, and he would indeed keep trying to become a hero. However, despite understanding Izuku's words, Shinso did not find himself liking the forest-haired teen. Izuku was in the waiting room and watched the TV as the fights continued. The fight against that Todoroki kid was fast, and Izuku knew he was going to have to fight him next, and he was forming a plan in his head. However, a few other fighters did catch his eye. Such as the girl with the ponytail from Class 1A, Momo Yaoyarozu, was a good fighter and skilled with most of the weapons she could create, and that was another thing. Her quirk made her more prepared than he ever could be. She was as dangerous as Todoroki and Bakugo, yet no one else saw it. Then there was the guy who had a similar quirk to Tetsu, Kirishima if he remembered correctly, though he was more stone than steel and with how he won, appeared to be a bit tougher, which made Izuku wonder what he would do if he fought him. His small spars with Tetsu let him know that students with the ability to harden their skin was going to be tough opponents. Finally, there was Bakugo. Bakugo was a literal bomb, quirk-wise, and personality-wise, and yet he was smart, skillful, and one tough bastard. If there was one monster Izuku worried about amongst the fighters, it was Bakugo. Every single fighter from 1A could give him hell, a few more than others. Even Ibara, if she won, would give him hell no doubt, but they had their weaknesses, he just needed to exploit them. He needed to win. Izuku realized that his throat was dry and was a bit thirsty, so he got up and left the waiting room. However, as soon as he did, his path was blocked by a large muscular, whose mask, beard, and parts of his suit were made of flames. Izuku knew who this was. He'd have to live under a rock to not know. This was the number 2 hero in all of Japan, the man just beneath All Might. Endeavor. You are the one quirkless student, correct? Izuku Midoriya? Endeavor asked, his expression blank. Izuku just looked at him. Yeah, what do you want? Izuku asked, his brow raised. Endeavor looked him over and then smiled. I saw you win both the race and the cavalry battle, and I will admit, you seem fierce and you have something inside of you, but you will lose to my son. Hearing that, Izuku's brow rose in confusion. Son? Izuku asked. Endeavor nodded. Yes, my son Shoto, you will be fighting him in the next round, he said, but I expect him to deal with you as quickly as he did the last opponent he faced. Izuku smiled. You really think I'll lose? Izuku asked. Endeavor crossed his arms. It is destiny, Endeavor said. I made that boy to be my ultimate creation, to surpass I and eventually All Might. If only he didn't hold himself back. Izuku smiled. He'll lose then, Izuku said. Endeavor glared at the young teen. What makes you believe that? Endeavor asked. Izuku looked at him, smirking. Because I've already survived hell, Izuku told him. I've faced monsters, more than you or any other person in this damn arena, and I came out alive because I've trained to fight people more powerful than me. I've fought with a man more skilled than me, who trained me until I was weak in the joints and I tasted iron in my mouth. I've suffered, and there is nothing your son can do to make me suffer any more than I already do, Izuku told him. Endeavor was taken aback by the young teen's words. However, Izuku wasn't finished. But the pain I can give your son, the hell I can put him through, the way I can humiliate him in front of the entire country when I beat him is something I look forward to. Izuku cried with a smile. I'll beat him so bad he might not even be able to become a hero. If that happens, I'll kick him down more and tell the world how pathetic the spawn of the number 2 is. Just like his father, Izuku shouted. Izuku was suddenly grabbed by his cloak and picked up off the ground. Endeavor's flames grew and burned brighter as he glared at Izuku with unbridled fury in his eyes, but Izuku smirked at him smugly and sinisterly. Endeavor. Izuku's eyes moved past Endeavor and looked to see his teacher, Vlad King. Vlad glared at Endeavor. Let him go, Vlad ordered. Endeavor turned around and saw Vlad. He glared back at the 1B teacher. The boy insulted me, he replied. Vlad didn't look away from him, but addressed Izuku. Is that true, Midoriya? Vlad asked. Izuku shook his head. Not at all, sensei. I came walking out here and he spouted at me that his son could beat me. If anything, he insulted me first, Izuku said with a chuckle. Endeavor's head whipped back around as he glared at Izuku. Why, you little. Is that true, Endeavor? Vlad asked. Endeavor didn't answer. Is it true? Vlad asked once more. Once again, number 2 remained silent. Vlad let out a sigh. I'll take that as your answer then, Endeavor, Vlad told him. Now, put him down, or else I can disqualify your son due to your interference, Vlad threatened. After hearing that, Endeavor slowly put Izuku down and walked away. As he did, Izuku watched him, still smiling. Vlad approached Izuku and looked at his most troubled student. You should be wary of him, Midoriya. It is unwise to make an enemy of the number 2 hero. His words carry weight. He could end your career before it even began, Vlad told him. Izuku didn't care. He simply walked away and passed his sensei. Vlad looked at Izuku with a sad expression. He knew how much of an act the young man put up. Vlad let out a sigh and then left, walking away. As he did, he heard the next round of fights confirmed. The first round was Izuku facing off against Todoroki. The second round was Ibara facing off against Iida. The third round went to Mina, who would face off against her fellow classmate Momo, and finally, round 4 went to Kirishima, who would face off with Bakugo. Eventually, the first round was called to begin. Todoroki walked toward the stage, but as he did, he saw his father waiting by the entrance. Todoroki rose a brow at his father. What do you want? Todoroki asked. Endeavor looked at his son. Make quick work of that quirkless runt, Endeavor told him. He insulted you, but he also greatly insulted me, so make quick work of him, understand, Shoto? Endeavor asked. Shoto looked at his father. His expression was blank like it had been the whole day. He then looked forward only to see Izuku waiting for him on stage, his sword sheathed behind him, but he looked at the two of them and smirked. Todoroki then looked back at his father. Whatever, old man, Todoroki said as he walked toward the stage. Once the two boys were on stage, Mike's voice came over the intercom. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, put your hands together for our fighters, Mike announced. The crowd cheered as the two boys eyed each other. Todoroki's face remained blank, but Izuku still had a smirk on his face. On one side we have the son of the number 2 himself. Shoto Todoroki. Todoroki Tsked, great, now everyone knows who I am, Todoroki thought to himself. And on the other side is UA's very own black swordsman, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku's smirk grew. Black swordsman, huh? That's got a nice ring to it, Izuku thought. Midnight looked over the stage from her podium and smiled. Are both constants ready? Todoroki nodded. Izuku nodded as well. Midnight gave a quick nod. Very well, then let the fight. Midnight began. Izuku prepared himself for any of Todoroki's moves and Todoroki was prepared to trap him in his ice. Both boys were prepared to fight. Both boys had their pains. Both boys wanted to win because they both had something to prove. But one had more to lose. Begin. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.